Hello, welcome everyone to Bluespan's Dota 2 stream. Hello Lulu, hello Fire IC, hello Milan. How you guys doing today? Hello, Rowat. Congratulations, Rowat. Hello, Henry. Hello Sang, hello BJ. Alright Henry, I'll try my best. Thanks man. Morning, Alex. Hello, Mohammed. God, that's so sleepy. I'm curious, guys. I think I actually play better Dota 2 in the evenings, but I keep waking up and then I play some of these ranked games. Kinda difficult. Hi, Vineet. Hello, Milot. Hi, Easy. Hi, Joe. You can take a shower by yourself? Who have you been showering with, BJ? Razor support? What the fuck? That's how you get reported. Man, you guys have some great ideas. You had a dude help you out? Did you enjoy it? Aerofic. Did you say yes homo each time? Definitely homo. BJ in the shower. Hey. Hi Ashley. Oh, let me use sound effects real quick. Need to get them warmed up.
His name is John C.
I actually have to warm them up because then they play more quickly later on. Hi Nubian dude. Yeah, I'm fine, man. Just need to win some games. Oh, Toto. Hello, Jeff. I don't eat breakfast. Oh, Devraj. Good morning. Less wheat today compared to yesterday. I see. Hello, Jonathan. I was born in Vietnam, and I came to Canada because it's a better country. And because of the war. Pretty easy decision. Thanks, Nerubian dude. Give me that shit. Hi, Sashi. How do you learn Dota the first time? Just play it, man. Just do it. I'm not playing ranked. I just woke up, man. I do not recommend playing ranked games when you just woke up. In fact, I'm kind of half asleep right now. So guys, I thought about something interesting the other day. So occasionally on this stream, I get called out for being toxic, right? Whoa, 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 Bluespan, you're so toxic to your viewers. Or, whoa, Bluespan, you're so rude to your viewers. I'm like, okay. Yes, I am such a rude person. See, when I play Dota 2, look how toxic I get. Motherfucker, like what? Hi, Adrian. Yeah, sounds about right, Dandy. Hi, Hoozy. Not 10k? Yeah, I guess not. 9976. Yeah, that's part of it, Nerubian dude. Part of it is also... we have chat rules here, right? And they don't like chat rules. Usually, they're the kind of people who think that they can do whatever they want, you know? I do what I want. If you're upset, fuck you, kind of a person. Slow peck. Try not to advertise here. But am I toxic when I play Viper? Yes. Hey Daniel, rank for donation? And Nerubian dude, you're focusing on very one aspect. Usually people don't call me out on being rude by not reading their comments. It's usually people who break chat rules. Glad you like the PA. Codename. Man, unranked takes so long to queue. Hi, Darren.
Every day my heart breaks, cause I know that if I died, nobody would miss me. People I know are quick to start kill. Whoa!
Ren P, thanks for subscribing.
Triple kill.
Anything else you could share about Vietnam or the war? No, I don't really have much memories of Vietnam. Thanks, Nerubian dude. Hi, Ramet. I have never bought an Arcana in my life.
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that! That seems like that's a bargain, and I'ma do it to prove it. This is the end of my story. Nah, see, I ain't really with it. They just see you at the bottom. They get happy when you quit it. I'm the best that ever did it. In my mindset, I am winning. I'ma be the first to start it. I'ma be the first to finish. I grew up a lot. Not saying that I'm different, but I see more than the normal human given vision. I see things past the sight the Lord has intended, and nobody at 18 has seen what I've been in. I'm separated.
How do you can demo this. You should be able to demo it. Okay?
Tell me to be strong. The pain will let up, and I be staying strong. When life says you gotta give up, you gotta be strong. The road is very long that you walking on. You might lose the people you brought along. You might even fall.
Favorite set in Dota?
But you gotta stand up to man up.
Right here. Who do I want buff next patch? Nah, it's just my favorite heroes, man. I don't give a shit about the other ones. Yo, Nerubian dude, slow down, man. Slow down. Slow down. Rama, I'll show you my jug set if you say please. My coffee tastes kind of shitty. I switched to beans.
Wait, ain't that kind of cheap? Yeah, and effective.
I'm not really liking this coffee. Whoa. I didn't say you guys say please. I said he say please. PSJ?
Your pick. This is where you win.
Bobby Baratheon.
Your pick now. Meepo. What? Huh?
Coffee bad for your health? What? What makes you say coffee's bad for your health? I drink my coffee black, and I brew it at a temperature that is... What was the temperature? It's very close to 90 C. Who isn't a GOT fan, man? Love that shit. Is that really BSJ? I don't know. Let me ask him. 2,000 matches. Oh wait, but his win rate's so high. Maybe it is BSJ. Coffee makes you diabetic? If you put... Ramat, do you see that logic, man? That's like saying... bungee jumping is bad for you. If your line breaks and you fall off and you die. Or like driving cars is bad for you if you crash. Or using a mouse, using a keyboard is bad for you if you take that keyboard and you smash your head with it. This fucking guy. Have I tasted tea? Are you asking me if I've ever drank tea in my life? No, I've never had tea in my life.
I came a long way, not the wrong way. Know that one day I'll be big as Kanye. I seen all the signs, I seen
Unranked, first game of the day, Joshua. Keep the toxicity down today, okay?
they been telling lies. Watching how I move, watching how I move. I've been keeping track now. Watch out for the snakes. Watch out for the snakes. Yeah, watch out for the snakes.
Yo, Lagger.
This is when you win or lose.
Copying what I do every time. They wanna take what's mine. They busy faking and telling me lies. Now I watch out for the snakes. Watch out for the snakes. Yeah, watch out for the snakes. Watch out for the snakes. Yeah, watch out for the copying what I do every time. They wanna take what's mine. They busy faking and telling me lies. Now I watch out for the snakes. Y'all been too busy flexing. I've been too busy not checking. I learned my way from my lessons. I earned my way from my blessings. Don't try to come take my possessions, cause you know that I'm way too invested. And I got some big plans in my life, a story like Instagram. Move alone, don't need a middleman. And I handle business, I'm a busy man. Made an LLC, now I'm a businessman. If you want a feature, you need 50 grand. I've been on my way to the top.
Did you know your ability to listen to instructions is embarrassingly bad? Holy fuck. Glad you like the playlist, Nubian dude. Hello, Sheriff. Who's mid? Clinks, right? Clinks. Where's Clinks? Oh, there he is. His presence is so low. Kyle, you're very welcome. Get this. Get this guy to give you one. I've got 7 kingdoms to rule. Bounty hunter, give Clinks Tango.
Seconds to showtime! If you're not already heading somewhere, now's the time to start.
Good man. Hey, Ramat, it's okay, man. It's okay. It's okay, dude.
I always wanted to see an ancient troll. Yes! Don't make me come over there.
Oh, I'm fucking dead, dude. Nah. Missed. Uh-oh. 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 Ruh-roh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ruh-roh. I should just go kill myself, huh? Alright, let's go kill my. Goodbye, my friends. Goodbye. Bye. Bye, friends. I did it. I did it.
Gaius Courier has been
Oh, nice. Seriously, LC killed Lynx? How did that even happen? If you die at a tower, respawn time is shorter. I'm pulling. I'm not pulling. Oh, maybe I should fight him. Oh my god, I missed, dude. Oh, god damn it. You're gonna die, dude. Oh my god. Got him. Well, that wasn't quite worth it, but I mean, we tried, so yeah. Damn it. Ooh, I'm almost dead, dude. Almost, but not quite. Almost, but not quite. Fucking bitch! He has boots, but I don't. This fucking sucks. Ah, Clink's dead again. Ah, Clink's killed Grimstroke for half the money. And LC somehow. Pill can't be mana dodged? The fuck? Who said that? Yeah, Clinks is so far, you know. Okay, or we can just not kill this guy. Thanks, man. Uh-oh.
Killing spree!
He's fucking dead. Might be dead too, but stay around. I'm dead. But Shadow Demon died before I did, so that's good.
That's all he said. Seeing where you're going helps you get there. If your mid-tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. Oh, there better be something important going on.
They smoked over there, Care. Smoked there. These 10-minute runes are up. I'm gonna grab the runes. I'll seize top as well. Jesus.
Your job or something?
Oh shit, dude, he's serious. Boom! Oh man, I didn't get the kill. Would have been good though. Oh god. I'm so fucking dead. Coming mid. I'm here, I'm here. Oh my god.
This is one of the things that
Oh, I should just stun him, dude.
Ooh, your bottom tower, it's kind of bad. Get over there!
Oh man, what a terrible gank.
Dire structures are fortified.
What do you want me to say, man?
Towers under attack.
I'm just bad.
You want a couple of friends to probably stop that. Best thing about the enemy's top tower is it's
Thought I could get the damage, you know?
Radiant structures
Coming.
are fortified.
Oh man, you just wait a little bit, dude.
Killing spree.
Oh. There's a lot of visibility, huh?
Killing spree.
Man, we're so fucking bad. Oh shit. Oh. Yeah, echo? No, no echo, dude. Oh shit, dude. Hmm. Grabbing bottom bounty runes.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Mommy. Oh. Oh shit.
Dominate.
Oh shit. Dude, we're so fucking bad.
Mega
Yeah.
double kill.
No, that's all. Oh god.
Double kill.
Put down some wards. Bow ya shits. Hmm. Yeah, we would need 3.
Your Your bottom tower is under attack. You gonna do something about it or just sit there looking funny? Ooh, your bottom tower's kind of bad. Oh. Your bottom tower is under attack.
He's gonna blink.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
Bum 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 bum.
You better poof on over to your bottom tower. Radiant fortified their structures. Pretty good move if you ask me.
They even have sentry here?
Dire's structures are fortified. Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack. Killing
There's a
spree.
DD here, Clinks. I don't know if you want it.
Ooh, your bottom tower's kind of bad.
Double damage.
Your bottom tower just took a dirt nap. Double kill.
This fucker can't TP at all.
Own it!
On track money. No, I'm just yelling out track money.
Hey, the enemy's top tower's gone. You done good.
Is that real BSJ? I don't know, man. Hey, BSJ. Are you the real BSJ?
Yes.
Slaughter TP bottom shrine. Oh god, I'm so scared.
My words into the mind or not.
Should I go over here? Oh yeah, let's go over here. Slaughter's mid.
To my words.
Action rune is top.
As Nix would have
Bam! Oh, rage buyback.
Killing spree.
90 gold per minute. Fuck yeah. All about the GPM. Meme hammer. We were losing so bad, but now we're just like winning.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Nah. Oh, whoa. Whoa. Oh, I think you're dead, cow. Oh, kill this fuck. I'm coming. I'm gonna use him. I'm using. Got him.
it's over 9,000.
Thousand.
Dominate. Your middle tower's under attack. has fallen. I couldn't have done it better myself. Well, probably. The guy is putting up a barricade. The top tower is under attack.
What the fuck?
Killing spree.
That LC duel though.
Hey, look at you, knocking down that bottom tower.
I'm gonna use him. I'm using. Got him. Sucker.
Enemy's middle tower just bit the dust.
Get back, get back, get back, get back, get back. Thought we were ending, but get back, get back, get back, get back. Get back.
I have one purpose for being. What have we here?
Oh, Slaughter destroyed his items. He has nothing. Can I kill him by myself? Nah, I can't. Okay.
Yes.
He's basically announcing that he's done with this game.
Hear my thoughts.
I'm gonna grab the bottom bounty runes.
Yes. I speak without voice.
Never mind, I can kill this guy.
Just do it. Killing spree. Oh, no. Your middle tower is under attack.
This surprises you?
Yes.
What the? I didn't grab that? You fucking cunt.
I have one purpose. Higgs guides me.
Absolutely, man.
To my prize.
Alright, I'm here. We can do this now.
Radiant just murdered Roshan. Hasn't he suffered enough?
Have I ever met a stream sniper? Many. That was totally necessary. 100%. Oh shit. Stuff got dispelled, dude. Oh, I used myself. But then Shadow Demon purged it.
You better poof on over to your bottom tower. Your bottom tower's kind of bad. Dig in and defend that sucker. The enemy's middle barracks has fallen. Your bottom tower is under attack.
I may have to push back bottom. I'm not really sure.
Higgs
There's supposed to be a fourth melee creep. Why meme hammer? The farming potential, of course. Die! What the fuck is he doing? He's bottom, man. Damn, creep is following me. Fuck, didn't do shit, dude. Damn it, Bobby!
The enemy bottom barracks has fallen.
Die! Boom! Damn it, Bobby! Why do I have a diffusal blade recipe? What the fuck are you talking about, Vinny? What you talking about? Ether lens recipe.
The enemy's top barracks is full. You now have mega creeps.
Is meter hammer Clink's good? Nope, absolutely not. I think he's fucking around.
The enemy's middle tower is no more. The enemy's middle tower just turned into a pile of rocks.
Die, Clinks. What is he doing? Wow, man, that game started really rough, and then we just wiped him. GG, guys. Let's check out these guys' medals. This guy's level 25 Clinks. Divine 2, PA, Bobby. Oh. Alright, one more unranked. Yeah, I don't know what medals these guys are. Divine 3. Easy game, Daniel. Ancient 7. I don't have any opinion of that, Clint. Legend 6. Nah, I think that's his party MMR. He's probably Divine or Immortal. Alright, coffee it is. Hi, James. You know, Clink's items is not going to be indicative of his skill, right? You might try to copy this item build, but I'm gonna tell you, man, everything in Dota 2 is situational. Why I use Nyx in this match? I use Nyx because I like Nyx. You're the Clinks? Alright, Ross, command me right now. Oh, legit. Man, you're not allowed to advertise, so you can't just come here and advertise like that. No, we're not gonna ban him, but you can't do that, dude. What diffusal blade recipe? This is an ether lens recipe. I sold it? No, I didn't. I actually sold the Divine Rapier recipe. It was not the Diffusal recipe. Yeah, why are you lying, Vineet?
Why you always lying? Oh my god. Stop fucking lying.
Ranked for donation? Wave of donations. You know how this conversation is gonna go, guys? Blah blah blah, demand X. Make a donation. You know, Kenneth, the way it works in the stream is that when you make a demand, we make a demand. When you make a demand, we make a demand. It's fair, right? If I don't play on rec, you're gonna refresh the stream. Oh no! Anything but that. Please, no, Vinny. No, don't refresh the stream. Don't give me that extra view. I hate having extra views on my video. Hi, Ricardo. My MMR is 5.76. Specs and description of stream. Kenneth, my friends list is full, and also I don't add people I don't know. Never even fucking seen you before. Yeah, what Alex said. Unranked queues take so long. You know, yeah, at this bracket, everyone's tryharding, so they want MMR. Games take longer. Oh my god, Vinny, maybe somebody killed Kenny. Oh. My name is Wannabe Teenage Thug. I think it's always teenagers who say that kind of stuff. Yo, 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 yo. N-word. What's up, homie? What's up? Blah, 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 blah. Okay, man. Alright. Okay. That's a little racist. And you're not black. Probably. Alright. And I'm not black. Normal match because I want to play normal match. Do you think Mars uses his hair as a toothbrush? Well, let's investigate this matter, BJ. Mars. Oh, there he is. It does look pretty stiff, doesn't it? Looks big and hard. Perfect for putting in his mouth. Yeah, you know, I think it'd be pretty good for spreading all those juices. I mean, that cream into his mouth. Yeah, I would say so. Yeah. Who owns Scanband? Why are the creeps scrambling? I don't know. Hi, Valdo. Valdo, didn't you make a donation yesterday, or did I imagine that? Play Southeast Asia. I live in Canada, man. Why would I do that? What country am I from? I'm from Canada. Hey. No. Yeah, Ragel. Yeah, you mute them. Hey. Yes, this is true. Right, Valdo. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. I remember. Yes. We need is our brown son. I mean, I don't have a child with my mom. Nah, man, I'm worried. I'm worried. Donate again. Just joking.
This ain't token. Why would I have to return the ring? Maybe I'll jump to the third, cause now it's Return of the King. This is on purpose. I swear I'm planning out everything. I'm a step ahead, put the talk of bad orbit with the heat. Planets in my head. I gotta let them know. The industry look like a puppet show. Who's pulling your strings? Whose phone did you bring? I have no Geppetto, I'm on my own. I came in knowing nobody. Now the whole team in the lobby. Labels got me on the phone, but office ain't even close. I gotta let them know. The industry look like a puppet show. Who's pulling your strings? Whose phone did you bring? I have no Geppetto, I'm on my own. I came in knowing nobody. Now the whole team in the lobby.
How long have I played Dota?
But office ain't even close.
More than 10 years. Yep. Wah wah. Hi, Marine. Thanks, man. Glad you like the playlist, DD. Wonder who did it. How long? What are we talking about? Very long, whatever it is. Okay, maybe you should get some food. Gavin, please. Gotcha. Thanks, man. I really appreciate that, honestly. Means a lot. Alright, where are we? Vinny's full of these kind of jokes, man. Honestly, he cracks this shit all day. You ever play any other MOBAs? Yeah, I played Han. Dota 1. Kind of the same thing. That's about it. Waldo, where are you from? How many hours do you spend play Dota on all your accounts? Stefan, to answer this question, let me just play this sound effect.
It's over 9,000!
Hey, look, man, you just got timed out. J Talent of Madness? Good job, Anit. Maybe next time I'll try. Hello, Lonely. Hello, Muted. J-Town of Madness. Oh, is that the locals call it? J-Town of Madness? Jakarta. Now I visited what did I visit? Oh, BJ. Back in black!
I am back in black XD. Always wanted to say that XD. But
Thanks,
anyways,
BJ.
here is a little something smiley face.
I really appreciate that too, man. Thank you. Thank you guys. Oh, you guys. Oh yeah, what was I saying? So I think I'm never gonna go to Jakarta, and that's because when I visited Malaysia, what's the capital of Malaysia called? Kuala Lumpur? Yeah, right. Man, when I went to Kuala Lumpur, it was fucking hot. It was hard to walk places because they just don't have roads to make it easy for people to walk. Yeah, really hot. You had to take taxi everywhere. And I was with
Yours.
I was with Indonesian Dota 2 streamer Casp and Lulu-chan, and we were I was complaining about Kuala Lumpur being just very uncomfortable. And Casp says to me, "Yo, Blue Spam, man, if you don't like this, don't come to Jakarta. It's even worse. Like at least Kuala Lumpur has what do they have? I think they have trains there, right? Yeah, they have trains there. Jakarta doesn't have that shit.
You know what to
Yeah,
do.
he's like, don't go to Jakarta. It's Casp's birthday today? Huh. Him and Curtis share a birthday. Glad you like the AC/DC impersonation.
5 seconds left.
Hello, Vedant.
Now, Meepo. What? Huh?
If you want to go to Bali, somewhere beautiful, I'll be the tour guide, man. Really? I will think about your offer one day.
Remember, the goal is to have fun.
Yeah, man. Watch the live thing. We do have MRT now? Oh. Oh. Well, I didn't know that. Am I coaching someone today? I don't know, am I? Is ranked caption mode fun? No, it's not. Queue's too long.
Meepo.
Oh.
What? Huh?
Invoker for donation? I'm sorry to hear that, man. Delhi is hotter, I believe that. Oh, okay. We have an electric bus. What does ecotourism mean again? Hi, Ashraf. Long-term goals for this year? I don't know, man. I don't know. Hi, Kens. Don't visit the Middle East? Yeah, I have no plans on it. Ever. Oh, thanks, BJ. Chris, you're going to Bali in 2 days?
Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
Valdo, you live in Jakarta, right? Anyone here from Bali? Is there anybody here from Bali? Bali? Indonesia, anybody? Thanks, BJ. Good place to rest the knee. North Jakarta, Indonesia, but not Bali. Used to live in Bali. I used to live in Bali. Jakarta, okay. So does anybody actually live there? Rizky, you're from Bali? How long have you lived there? Rizky, can you help my friend Christopherson, please, with Bali?
Ex-assassin. Unpack these legs.
Does he want my ward? No, I think he wants to get a kill. English only, please.
It's in the bag.
You become a sponsor. Do you become a sponsor on Beachin, or is it something different? You mean the blackjack just now? No, it's a YouTube sponsor. Oh fuck, they're gonna know I have a ward here. That ward's fucking gone, man.
30 seconds to battle. Oh, I see lots of
Hi,
good
Silvio.
business spots out there. What are we waiting for?
Hear my thoughts. Attack! Suffer!
Pay attention now. The battle started.
Targets doomed.
You'll have to do better than that.
It makes me collapse.
I'm okay with that. Should have spent my money there.
Double kill.
Oh man. I mean, we did get 3 runes and first blood, and it was anti-mage, so. Sucker. Oh shit. Oh, too aggressive.
Hey, welcome back.
Whoa, judging someone's level 1 shackle build, huh? Why is it bad? Hahaha, sucker. Oh shit, bud. Oh, get him. Ready? Oh, I didn't even do anything.
My words into the mind would not be onerous.
Hey, just said no, I can't. That's like saying, how do I play better at Dota 2? Well, there's like fucking hundreds of things you can do. I think there's tons of videos like that on YouTube already, you know? Hi, Guinness. These guys kind of suck, huh? Oh, you have boots, do you? Hi, Roshan. Oh my god, why did I let him get that? Thanks, man. Oh my god, I missed that shit. Here, have a mango. 5-minute runes, 5-minute runes. Oh. Oh my god. He survived that. No, he didn't. Rage buyback.
Still I prevail.
Show your
You
shrine.
have to do better than that.
I should have TP. Actually, this pull is pointless. Oh, Ogre, can you help mid? Okay, nice. Fuck is this guy doing? He's AFK. Oh, he's illusion. Betting is not even turned on right now. What clarity? Middle. Nice. Yeah, an anti-mage anyway. I think Rage bought back earlier, right? I think AFK? Oh, 4 anti-mage? Oh, 8 drow? We fucking won. This game's over.
Killing spree! If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
Okay. Ten-minute ruins? Ruins?
Every coin helps. Oh my god, it's so obvious when Courier does that. 3 mid.
Enemy's bottom tower's gone. Nice, right?
You can I learned this the other day, guys. You can spike Carapace before the damage lands. That's great stuff. Do it again, do it again, do it again. Nah. Nah. That's great, dude, that's great. Yeah, that's right, Sheriff. That's it. The Lion who wasn't killed by Astra, everyone was just like, what? Just fucking mind blown, man. Alright, let's do that again. Nah. Oh, he has green boots. He doesn't give a shit. Whatever, man. Oh, Blink Dagger, huh? Oh my god, he got that Shackle. That's amazing. Be right there.
Radiant structures are fortified. We can unsee.
Anthony has nothing, huh? Yeah, he has nothing. Pretty sure this game's over.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Your top tower is under attack. Rally the troops and get over there!
Come on, Anthony's middle now. Drow Blink, very old meta. Oh, I think they're arguing with each other.
We've called in the fortification. Dominate!
They've been trying to slow me down like I got a speeding ticket. I got demons I keep hitting in the back of my head. I'm not vegan, I keep feeding off the shit that they said. I've been living out my dreams while they stuck in their bed. I've been thinking like a king till the day that I'm dead. I remember when they never would have listened to me. And now
Where's all the kills?
I've been working overtime like every day of the week. I've been studying at school, already got a degree. Trying to make it to a doctor, I've been working on my patience. I'm trying to make a patience coming out of the basement on the radio stations. I'm going face to face with all of my contemplations. I feel like God lived and this is my celebration. I'm trying to lead the way for all the future generations. I don't want to miss it on my phone. I've been on my way to the top, no ceiling. They leaving a message at the tone. I see you. Trying to get it wrong, but I really don't need it. I don't want them calling on my line. I know what they wanted and it's not no secret. Trying to get involved, but I really don't need it. Turning into enemies. I got people in my life trying to block my energy. And I'm trying to keep my focus surrounded by Hennessy. People drinking every night, trying to fade their memories. I've been working on my mind, staying focused mentally. I've been watering my grass, trying to grow my money tree. Not reacting to the lies, I don't know the chemistry. But I know that
Your top tower is under attack. The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. Are you even watching the top tower? The top tower has fallen. That's the spirit. You're losing, spirit.
Oh, okay. I'm fucking dead, man.
Mega kill!
Holy fuck, what an interesting build. That's right, you know, say you can watch the COD. The Call of Duty.
Yes. It makes me. Onerous.
Oh, I'm so fucking dead, dude.
The enemy's top tower is falling.
Weston, you're way late, man. It's already been an hour and a half. Jesus. Jesus. Oh my god. They're trying again. They're buying sentries and stuff. They even de-ward my ward here. Ah, suckers. Oh shit.
Now that you're dead, I find it easy.
Shadow Fiend, anyways. Where'd Shadow Fiend go? Oh, he's over here.
Double kill.
You were braindead already.
Hello, Reddy. My day's going right. How's yours?
They're trying to knock down
Did we even get that ward earlier? I don't remember.
Dire structures are fortified. The enemy's attacking your middle tower. Get out there!
All right, buddy.
Your middle tower's under attack.
Every coin helps.
Boom!
Spree! Double kill!
Can't remember. We got the ward here earlier. Oh no. Oh, we didn't.
My words into the mind, or not the ear.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I'll take that.
All right, Wes. Next time you have to come to the stream on time, okay, man?
Middle tower has fallen.
That fair?
I see your pain.
What the fuck? Well, mini snipe. I'm just playing Dota 2, man.
I shall spill an end to all evils.
Killing spree!
Oh, I don't have these items on quick buy. Jesus. Hi, Ricky. All right, let's go help this team. Glad you like the stream, Randy. I am pretty friendly, aren't I?
Killing spree! Hey, the enemy's top tower's gone. You done good.
Hello, Deco. Hello, Sokai.
Hear my thoughts.
Have I ever played Position 2 Nyx? I probably have.
As Nyx would have it. Yes.
English only, please. I don't do music requests. Oh yeah, do not advertise here, man. You're just advertising your own shit, dude. Stop. Oh, I can't walk in, huh? No, I just right clicked him once.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. Enemy's bottom barracks just took it down. Enemy's bottom barracks has fallen. Enemy's middle tower is no more.
Thanks, Tico. Yo, press.
The enemy's middle barracks are just a sweet memory. You don't know what hit them. The enemy's top tower is falling. The enemy's top barracks is
Suddenly gay, Weston.
the enemy's top barracks is
Oh, I'm gonna AFK. I'll be back in 1 minute, guys. Be right back 1 minute, bathroom. Yeah, I'm gonna play rank after this game.
enemy's middle tower just bit the dust.
Focused on my grind, so I can't never think about settling down at this age. I need a crown on the stage. I've been around every way and never found another me. Damn.
Enemy's middle tower just turned into a pile of rocks.
Everybody bluffing. 15 songs and 7 remixes.
Dominating! Mega kill! Double
Do
kill!
better than that. Some things you would not see. Such as the
22 years and I never seen the competition. Damn.
Spreading enlightenment at the tip of my spear.
GG, guys. Okay, now we do ranked. Thanks, Lulu. You're from Vietnam? I'm from Vietnam. Saigon right here. Glad you guys enjoyed the game. So what do you guys think about Nyx Assassin as a hero? I think he's not a very flashy hero. He's kind of scary. I mean, he's very famous for Vendetta ganks, but I think the real power... Actually, all of his abilities are really good. Okay, hero? No, his abilities are so powerful, seriously. But you have to be... Like, you have to understand the game really well. Like really well. To play him well. I remember one time... like, I was playing against an anti-mage, right? And, I think there was a Zeus on my team, or someone with a lot of mana, like Tinker or something like that, right? And, I think anti-mage was just beating on the Zeus and this Tinker, right? And his mana gets really low, right? So we all know what's gonna happen, right? Nyx Assassin is anti-mage is gonna mana void the Zeus or Tinker or whatever, right? So I went right next to the Zeus, and then as the Zeus or Tinker's mana was getting low, I popped Spiked Carapace because I was anticipating the mana void, right? And anyway, Zeus blows up, and so does the anti-mage, and he just fucking dies, that anti-mage. And I was just like, whoa! I was a support Nyx, I just fucked up the anti-mage, man. He's a very powerful hero. Glad you love the PA set, BJ. Alright, where are we? I don't know, Civics. It depends on how you define decent. I live in Canada. Very strong. No, English only stream. Yeah, actually I saw that article too, Raj. hard to push. Well, I mean, well, Nyx Assassin, he can build Meme Hammer to push, and also he can gank, right? Like he's like a pretty versatile hero. Hello, Edwin. Ranked Immortal game, guys. Have I tried casting a game? Yep. Don't like it. Too much work. Too much talking. No! Fuck! Hello, Tundra. Welcome. Shroud lives in America. I live in Canada. Isn't Shroud American? Shroud. Wikipedia. I think he's American, dude. Holy fuck, he's Canadian. I did not know that. No, I don't meet him, man.
Drama Battalion.
Sometimes it gets hard trying to reach my goal. Sometimes I pretend like I'm real close. Sometimes I have to put my life on hold. Sometimes because I'm still
You thought I had Nyx Immortal? I don't know if I do or not. Hi. Hey, Greg. Yeah, we can play it together if you want to make a donation. Would you like to do that? Hi, Ferdy. Does span mean naps? What? You ate your brother's food? You ate your brother's food? Does it taste good? I don't care, your MMR? Well, your MMR is my MMR.
5 seconds left.
Hey Nicholas, all my gears in description of stream.
But how the fuck were they supposed to know that my ambitions had me dissing those creating distance from me and my goals? I was so bitter, feeling like I was the run of the litter, but now I deliver like Domino's dinner.
Let's play some Lion. Fine 6. That's good enough.
They trying to wipe the game, but all they ever do is flirt. I give my heart, I give my soul, I swear I really
Mars for donation.
Now they look up to me, we see from the same height, on the same earth, walk the same ground.
Remember, the goal is to have fun.
Oh, I remember this guy, Toxic Russian guy.
That's when I'm gonna blow up, but that ain't up to me.
Hello, Ariola. Thank you. Tundra, you should ask the YouTube programmers, man. We don't know shit. Good evening, Leonard. Lion's Pride. Oh, fuck, they have Smurf. Fuck. Fuck. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. That is 100% a Smurf. God damn it. Oh, my God. Look at this. Oh, my God. We're fucked. Alright, you guys want to bet on this game? I would highly recommend betting on lose. You guys get 10 minutes to bet on this game.
Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
Who's he glad you're learning a lot?
Screaming what the hell I gotta do, where the hell I gotta take it just to get it through to you. Switching states, constant moves.
Oh, Alchemist. Uh-oh.
That's the way it happened, but it's not what I wanted to do. Remember talking about the top, talking how we make it, earthquaking when we hit the ground to the day we make it. Kept it concentrated while they watered down.
Where's my Smurfs? Wait a minute. Hey, we also have a Smurf. Yeah! Oh yeah! I wonder whose stats are better. I think his stats are better. Oh shit. Yellow as shit. He's not wrong.
Girls want me signing theirs by getting weight up off my chest. Cause God and I may disagree, but these days I've been feeling blessed. Pretty crazy how this life is mine. Still
Is he gonna pick Alchemist?
Maybe one day I wake up, find I was dreaming the
Oh yeah, there's an Alchemist pick.
Sometimes it gets hard trying to reach my goal. Sometimes, yeah, sometimes I pretend like I'm real close. Sometimes, just sometimes I have to put my life on hold. Sometimes, yeah, sometimes I can't dream because I'm still
Thanks, Lulu.
All hell's broken loose, and I hold the pieces.
My draft is better than theirs? I don't have an opinion on that.
Fortune and glory await.
It's in the
Good luck on your dotes, Ager.
It's in the bag. Knuckle under. It's not time yet. I'm not ready. Yes.
Yeah, but Tanish, did the duck waddle away?
Feel my claw. Fine.
30 seconds to battle. Feel free to stop killing the boy, Try not to stick those.
Oh my god, I stepped into that shit.
Coward.
First blood!
Oh my god, he missed.
Never trust over.
Yeah, man, can you stop missing? You want items? Okay. Oh, I should have bought Fairy Fire. What the fuck? I don't know, this guy's not pulling back to his creeps. I mean, the range creep. That's what he should be doing.
Oh, hell yes.
Oh man, so clumsy.
Yes.
Here comes Dyer's plucky little courier. Oops, it's dead.
What the fuck are couriers did?
Attack! Yes. Spike. To hell and back. Lionize me. Onward.
Denied.
Wow. Why not?
What the fuck?
Yes.
No! No, no, no! Hey, well, I got the kill. Although LC got more money.
Time to take matters into
Wah wah. Oh, want item?
Oh, hell yes. To hell and back.
It's a lot of items. No, 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 no.
Yes.
I'm gonna go pull real quick. I'll give him his circlet in a bit.
Verily. Where's the fight?
Okay, Alchemist, I'm coming.
You shouldn't be carrying all that money around, Alchemist.
Where's the fight?
Dire's putting up a barricade. They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
You fucking little bitch! Gotcha. Fucking cunt.
Why not?
Thank you. 5-minute runes. 5-minute runes. Thank you. Nice circlet, dude.
Verily.
Oh, the runes. Grab those runes.
Why not?
LC, do you really think you can come over here and just grab these runes like that? Oh shit. I'm dead.
Your middle tower is under attack.
When did Dark Willow get there, dude? Like, what?
Sucker.
Oh no.
It ain't over till the last building falls. So fight. Double kill.
Got him. Hey, Smurf boy. Double kill. Hey, I'm 5 and 3. Damn, that's good. Damn, I'm good. Fuck, LC's down here. You want to chase me, bro? Go ahead. Go ahead. That was really gay. That's the joke.jpg.
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower.
I'm invisible, Slider. You stun first. Here's one. Oh my god, we're just killing them all. I like this a lot.
Ya tiró Zoom, ya tiró Zoom.
Sucky, 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 sucky.
Oh, hell yes.
Okay. Boom, boom.
Why not?
What the fuck? Oh wow, dude. Was that premeditated?
Yes.
What? No, Slaughter. Maybe Slaughter let me go in first. Would have been better. Oh well.
Yes.
Sucky, 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 gay plays. Wah wah. Here, man, you fucked that shit up. Here, have a tango. Jesus.
Yes. Where's the fight? Forward.
Oh god. I'm fucking dead, aren't I? Yep. Oh, the Slaughter's screwing me up, dude.
If your mid tower
Yeah,
could
he's kinda
talk,
screwing me.
it'd be pretty mad at you.
Sunstrike.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
To hell and back.
Killing spree!
Hell yes. Yes.
Okay. Runes, runes.
And good on yes.
Haha, sucker, you're too fucking slow, bitch.
Money changes. Yes.
Sucker! Hey! Sucker! Sucker!
Why not?
Oops, I don't want this dust.
Onward.
Let it go to Alchemist first. Uh-oh. I'm running over.
To hell and back. I go like the devil.
How the fuck did he go? Motherfucker.
Oh yes. Yes.
Oh my god!
Verily.
Man, that is just a bunch of fucking bullshit.
Killing spree!
Your silence betrays.
Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my god! Die, you fucking bitches! I got two of them.
Radiant structures
Didn't get
are
the finger
fortified.
damage.
Dire structures are fortified.
I'm okay with that.
The top tower needs some help.
I'm okay with that. Okay with that. Oh, nice. He's buying Urn. I like that.
Top tower is under attack. Alley the
I have 7 kills. I'm half the kills on this team.
dominating. Top tower is under attack.
Why not?
They're trying to knock down your middle tower. Oh, there better be something important going on. Mega kill!
Why not?
I'm giving a vision that you can imagine. Yeah, do I want to live is the question that I have been asking. All of the pain that I put in my lyrics, I wonder can anybody really grasp me, Lord? Yeah. You wondering what is my thesis?
Yes.
You wondering what is my thesis?
Slark TP top tier 1.
To hell and back.
Hey, look at you! Knocking down that bottom tower!
That's a really early eggs. Oh shit.
Unstoppable!
That devil to pay.
Oh shit. Oh, Slark knows I have a ward there. That's not good.
Oh, hell yes.
Lion.
Yes.
We'll take that.
Verily.
Yo, I want to get these runes, okay? We're back.
Forward.
Leon.
Money changes. Onward.
Care top, care top. No TP on me. Oh shit, this guy's dead, I think. He's dead. Oh man. Oh man, he has vision over here too.
Oh, hell yes. I go like the devil.
Man, I should have stayed bottom. Fuck. Yeah, I should have stayed bottom and fingered this fucking Slark's asshole. Or should I? Uh-oh. Oh my god! That's deafening, dude! Oh my god. Wow, dude, just wow. I was just about to finger his ass. Evoker's like, peace.
This time, I've brought hell back.
Hey, welcome back.
Dude, you're what?
Godlike.
Oh my god. Come on, man. You gotta use your wand. See you later, Areola.
Middle tower's under attack.
Visibility. Why not?
Your middle tower is under attack.
Where's
Dire structures are fortified.
I wonder if Slark knew that I saw him for like half a second there.
Dire's doing that glowy thing. Nothing to do until that's done.
regeneration?
お前はもう死んでいる。何？
Nani? So hard to ward against Slark, man.
Oh hell yeah!
Yeah, totally. Está guardiado, weón.
Are you even watching your top tower?
Oh Jesus. Yeah, I mean, Slaughter said it was warded, then he went and put a ward down there. What the fuck?
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
I glow like the devil.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yes.
20-minute runes. I will grab the bottom runes.
To hell and back.
Oh, there's nothing here.
We lost someone. Quick, nobody move.
I believe I need Yules next or some shit. Yules. Or Force Staff. Force Staff's probably really good. Yeah, let's do Force Staff. Good job. Where's Slark, dude? Kinda scary.
Oh hell yes!
Oh, Slark's top.
Yes.
There's Mox.
I'll put the squeeze.
Oh, Jesus.
Double kill.
Oh! 3 for 2. Oh, they got our Alchemist though. I'm about to ban your fucking dumb shit ass. You say one more dumb comment. You got that? You think you're so fucking good, don't you?
Radiant fortified.
Why don't you just shut your mouth and watch the stream, okay?
If you ask me.
Yes.
I go like the devil.
It's okay, BJ. It's okay. It's okay, man.
Why not? Forward.
Smoke, come on.
Okay.
Verily.
Holy shit.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. That's what I'm talking about.
I'm watching you, Slaughter. Okay, I don't know, man. I don't know, dude. Okay.
Double kill.
Oh my goodness. You know what, that gank was not as bad as I thought it would be. 2 of their cores died. Oh, Nyx Assassin died already. Still a 3 for 2 trade. Stand next to him. Boom!
Your top tower needs some help.
Help this Alchemist, anyone?
Your top tower is under attack.
Oh, help out, dude.
Yes. Why not? Regeneration. After them. To hell with you.
Oh, missed that one. Okay.
To hell and back.
Top, one top.
Okay, I go top.
Your top tower is under attack.
Yes.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Money changes hands. Death and gold are linked. Oh yes.
Oh yeah, 4 runes. With an alchemist.
To hell and back. Onward.
Wow.
Verily. Forward.
Yeah. Sometimes
Go.
the highest point of your life, where you feel like you're on top of the world.
Slaughter!
Oh hell yes.
Yeah, maybe, yeah, I'll go to Roshan Slaughter. Come. The Nyx Assassin again.
Go.
Go where?
Why not?
Double damage.
Battle rages. Hell's fury.
Alright, man, it's all yours.
Verily.
God, such a good support.
Yes. Onward.
Okay, thanks. What the fuck? Oh, Jesus. He was so far by himself. Jeez.
Oh, hell yes.
Apparently, I'm just another original and emotional promotional artist from stardom. And I am just a YouTube artist with the songs but sound retarded. With an image you can tarnish over wrong.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Oh shit.
Enemy's bottom tower's gone. Nice, right?
I'm coming top. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Hell yes.
Chasing, dude. Invoker, dude. Where'd Invoker go?
Best thing about the enemy's top tower is it's gone.
Why not? Barely.
Oh shit! Tornado. I'm gonna go in, I think.
The enemy's top tower's
Alright, Mr. Smurf, you did. Nah!
The enemy's top barracks.
Yeah, he does, man. He's bad.
That's the power of elbow grease. And, you know, bit of murder.
Oh, hell yes.
Enemy's middle tower just turned into a pile of rocks.
I will grab these two. Man, Yules, man.
The enemy's bottom shrine has fallen.
Well, I don't even have TP. Just said you can see all my hotkeys, man. I mean, if it says Alt plus A, then that means it's Alt plus A.
Where's the fight? Oh, hell yes.
Yo, Roderick. Oh, someone's got eggs. Who's getting eggs?
To hell and back.
Take it easy.
Why not?
Oh yeah, baby. Hook me up.
Yes.
Thanks, man. Oh. I mean, this thing slaughter's imbalanced.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen. Dominate. The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Oh Jesus. Oh Jesus, I'm gonna die. Am I actually die? I'm dead. I'm actually fucking dead. I missed the ward behind me. There's a ward somewhere around here. Whatever. Oh man, I didn't even finger, huh? Oh sh. Yeah, I need to remember that Invoker has Lincoln's. There is a sad trombone sound effect for people who have more than 20 hours of watch time on the stream. Actually, even if I use my ultimate, what difference does it make? You think using my ult changes a single thing? Smart guy. Did I just see DD? Huh. Oh shit.
My soldier's fortune.
Whew. Scary, man. Alright, Alec, I'm gonna ban you right now. See you later.
Oh, hell yes.
I think I got him. Or not. Miss what ward? What ward did I miss? What ward? Miss a ward? Where?
No more sanctuary here.
Which ward did I miss?
Why not?
Do you ever get annoyed playing Dota 2? Yumiko? Never get annoyed playing Dota 2? High ground bottom? I don't give a shit, okay guys? I just don't give a shit. Okay, I'm gonna buy these items.
Yes. Oh, hell yes.
Yeah, you know what I've concluded, guys? People who are like, you get angry easily, or why so annoyed, or whatever, that kind of stuff, right? Those people are probably the most toxic. They're so toxic that they have no idea what toxicity is like. And now we have to wait for Slider. I guess I'll put Swan away. Wait for Slaughter. We don't have Slaughter. No, I fucking hate comments like, oh, you should have stunned half second earlier. That was so obvious that he would do that. You suck. Like, excuse me? You think you're so good? And then we have a comic for situations like this. Hey, you smart people. Wait. I have a comic for you. Yeah, I'm gonna have to alt tab. Hey, smart people. All right, is that clear? Is that clear? Jesus. English only, please. I will, Edwin. I will. Oh my god.
Yes, regeneration. Wow. Yes.
We win.
The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen. The enemy's middle tower has fallen. The enemy's middle barracks has fallen. The enemy's middle barracks has fallen. We now have mega creeps. Figures. I'm sure just in time for the loot. Enemy's middle tower is no more.
Oh. GG. GG guys, GG. Hope you guys enjoyed the game. Actually, you know what? So there was a duel between LC and Troll Mid, and that fucking Alex was like passive ultimate. And I thought about it, I was like, yes, you know what? I could have figured him there. Yeah, I could have. But then I realized I don't give a shit about the ultimate damage. I was like, oh well. I'm just like, well, we don't even need the finger we don't need the finger like to kill LC, and I don't care about the damage that much. And if you use the finger now and later on in a fight, if you need the finger and it's off cooldown, well then you don't have it. Fucking people, man. You think you're so good. Shut the fuck up. Played with top 100 many times. Oh god, I think my computer's crashing, guys. Did you guys hear me? I think my video card just crashed. Can someone say? Yeah, my computer just crashed. You guys are gonna have to give me. I see that you guys can still hear me. I need 1 minute to restart my computer. Thanks for waiting. Test. Oh, hey. There we go. Thank you. Funny comments, guys. Okay, we're gonna queue for another ranked game.
Used to wanna deal, used to wanna grow up. Now I don't wanna grow no more. Got bills, got tax, got stress. Now ignore all of my texts. I don't want friends, no way you fake. 6 months in, no raise. Better hope that this album gets placed, or it's right back to them 9 to 5 days. JK, I'm chillin', we fine. Got that Spotify pride. Might flex the numbers too much.
All right, I think we're good. All right, if I missed your comment, just type it again, please. Do I celebrate my party? I don't understand what I'm celebrating. My best friend? I mean, if I gave you your name, why would you care? I could be like, John Smith's my best friend, and you'd be like, oh, okay. And then the conversation would be something like, test. Oh, hey. There we go. Like that. Favorite player, Eternal Envy. MMR is just about 5.8k. GG. Yeah, I know, right? Hey Kyron, requirements for medals change every week. You should Google it. Yeah, or cute. Muhammad, come on, man. It's so late. 2.5 hours already. How many rampages do I have? I don't even know how to check that number anymore. Is there a way to check rampage number? I don't think you can really do it, right? Yeah, where can you even check it? Oh, there we go. Yeah, you're pretty late too, One Hope. My MMR is 5.76, no, just about 5.8k. Don't make me say that a third time, guys, please. Listen. Favorite Dota Pro team, EG. Has Yudi, thanks for subscribing. I play any instruments, I play piano. Don't beg on my fucking channel, that's pathetic. And stop spamming, Ella, I'm about to ban you. Okay? It's annoying. Spamming is annoying. Do you have any pets? No. Thanks, Anxious. Chris, you still here? No, he's not. Armin Smith, thanks for subscribing. Why would I play on Southeast Asia if I live in Canada? I don't have an opinion on best mid player. Hee hee. Spam again, you get banned. Hee hee. Where's here to play against? Meepo. Specs of PC in description of stream. Actually, Techies is the worst hero to play against.
5 seconds left.
A calibrated party? No, I do not care about party MMR. I have zero reason to play in Russian server. Haven't decided my pro ID in Arabian, dude. Points have no purpose right now. My video lagging? Yeah, just give it a sec.
Okay, your pick now. You know what?
Thanks, Elfin. Yeah, I'll show you my recent games, okay, guys? You guys tell me what I play, okay? All right, nice and clear. Oh, this guy's a Smurf. Yeah, so I think everyone who bet on the last game, I'm not really sure what happened because my computer crashed. But I'll give you guys a chance to bet on this game. You have 7 minutes to bet on this game, okay? Slaughter from last game?
Your pick now. Meepo. What? Huh? Your pick. This is where
Monkey
you
King
win
versus Darks
or
here.
lose.
Oh wait, we have Smurf too. Nice. You do not have to watch until the end for betting. You just need to simply put your bet in. Hello, Rehan Kaz, welcome back. Thanks, man. You think streamer PCs are immune to crashing? I use the same kind of technology you guys use, you know?
It is in the bag. Fortune and glory await.
The Monkey King is green, but my courier is purple.
Sounds like you need a new computer.
No, look at the Monkey King when he's in courier form. It's green, is it? The lighting?
No?
Oh shit. Am I blind?
Yeah, you might be.
Granted.
Nice. I need a new, like, fucking... What's that called? Ethereal gem?
I'm watching him skip around out there.
As you wish.
You're being charged at bottom.
Okay.
I'm gonna contest their room.
I have boots, I have boots.
Pay attention now. The battle's starting.
Hear me. I speak for the king.
Back. Oh man, you're gonna die, dude. Why did I fucking try to help him, dude? And why did he... Oh god. Whatever.
Accept your guidance. I hear. Stop! Beat you like a drum. Does it please you? Yes. As the shades direct. Yes. Does it please you? I hear and obey. The spirit moves me. As the shades direct. Shades guide me.
Are you gonna have Infernal Blade?
Right. Motto Atticaro. I fight. So say the spirit. I
Can't fucking see it. Oh my god, he got it.
The shades empower me. Granted. Attack. Yes. Of course. You are heard. I go. As you wish. I accept. Curses! I accept your guidance.
Okay, Jug. Hey, buddy.
I accept your guidance. The spirit moves me. So say the spirits.
Sucker.
As the shades direct.
Should buy a TP.
The top tower is under
Oh
attack.
shit, they pull?
What, not your job or something? Double kill!
Shades, guide me. You are heard.
Spearbreaker's probably charging me.
Granted.
What the fuck, man? I didn't turn around quickly enough. Oh my god, I should have turned my body and then started shackling him earlier. Oh, that's not good. Yeah.
I hear. I go.
5 minute runes are almost up.
I hear and obey. I accept your guidance. I go.
Is he gonna beat me to it? I think he
I
is.
hear.
8, 9.
Still coming.
Oh man, it's not good. Outplayed.
I hear and obey. The spirit moves me.
Nice spin.
Shades, guide me. As the shades direct.
Oh, too ambitious.
Another name in my grimoire.
Rune stop. I'm running bottom. Maybe I can do something.
Okay. Well, nice. Next.
We did things, boys.
The fuck?
You are heard.
Ugh.
That's unfortunate.
The
Man, I keep not turning my body quickly enough. I gotta face him when he charges me.
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that.
Kind of low on mana.
I think I'm gonna die.
I think you're okay. You just keep running. Never mind, you're dead. Hey, we back.
My bad, my bad.
I hear.
My prayers are answered. Oh, really? Oh man, I should have been there.
Why are they fording? What the fuck is that?
Oh, I should have shackled him. Take heed. Oh, sorry, man.
I go. Right. I accept your guidance. I hear.
Can we turn on?
Oh man, my bad, my bad.
Yeah, that was it. You're getting charged at the top.
Oh, mid might need help. Oh, never mind. Hey, use your Tempest.
That's what I've been doing this whole time, sir. What are you doing?
This.
Oh, he's not gonna die.
Okay, well, I guess not. Just shut up and play the game, man. Runes. Runes.
I think you're gonna die at top. You stay there. Be careful. We have TP, so everyone is TP, so. Top might get dove soon.
I'm gonna go heal real quick.
I go. My shade sent me strength. I hear.
The middle tower is under attack. Rally the troops and get over there.
You're getting charged in the middle now. He's going for the Arch Warden. Be careful.
I hear and obey.
Alright, 5 feet out.
The spirit moves me. For the ancestors. As you wish. As it please you. Of course. Yes. As the shades direct.
Earth Spirit wants, or sorry, Ember Spirit wants to rotate top, I think.
Hey, Warlock, TP bottom.
Real Ruin spot him. Ember Spirit's going for it, be careful.
There's someone over here.
We'll play that bottom.
Okay, let's push bottom, dude.
I should have slept in maybe.
Any more TPs mid?
A really slow TP. Oh man, I shouldn't have TP'd. Oh well.
Pretty good move if you ask me.
Should have TP'd earlier maybe.
Hey, look at you! Knocking down that bottom tower!
I don't have ulti yet, that's why I didn't use it. Do we have smoke? I have ulti now. You can make a play with this. On top lane actually. You wanna go?
I'm gonna TP up.
How about mid? We can make a play mid. Hey, yo, Bane, help me. He has Omni Slash, I think. Oh god, no, stop it.
I can take this.
He has no more remnants. There's no remnant. No remnant on Ember.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. Dominate! Double kill!
Oh man. Oh my god, that Ember's gonna have like one hit left on him.
Damn, that sucks. At least we didn't move the tower over it.
You fucking little bitch!
You're getting charged. Yeah, I gripped the Ember, but I got interrupted by the Warlock ulti.
No. Yeah, it was just because I wasn't there. I should have TP'd mid instead. Should be fine.
Fuck that, you're right.
As long as we just farm.
Deals so much damage with that fucking Sleight of Fist. We have Doom and Fiend's Grip up right now. I'm gonna go bottom. Maybe we can get a kill on this fucking Juggernaut.
The spirit moves me. I hear. Go obey the spirit. I accept your guidance.
If I can get TP from the side shot.
Oh fuck, that's not enough damage?
Aside from the spirit. I fight.
He has a Greaves on this fucking Dark Tooth.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
My prayers are answered.
Please don't doom non-Ember targets, sir. Ember's their only actual Dota player on their team. It's doom Ember. And the fight's won.
I don't know, that Darkseer is pretty powerful too.
Just run. Ember's not doomed.
Oh, what a nice stun. Hi, Joe.
Your middle tower's under attack. You gonna do something about it or just sit there looking funny? They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
We don't have any of their spells right now. We should go look for a spell. I guess we don't either. I have Fiend Script still.
Oh my god, not to get these last hits.
The spirit moves me.
You better pop on over to your bottom tower.
Oh shit. Should be enough, right?
Your grace.
That's fucking disgusting, dude.
The bones are thrown. Granted.
They have a Greaves like advantage right now. They're really strong.
Tower is under attack.
No, that's on board.
This is one of the things in the bad column.
As the shades direct.
Running
Oh, Andreas, welcome back.
Like a drum. Strike. Walk your death. Of course. So say the spirit. You are heard. I hear.
Yeah, I know you want me.
I accept your guidance.
Hi, Mardeep, I'm good, how are you? Old headset.
As you wish.
Okay. Drop subscribing, Tundra. You're welcome for the stream.
I hear and obey.
This'll come in handy.
Curses!
My prayers are answered.
So say the spirit.
Killing spree.
What the fuck? I TP to the tier 2?
As the shades direct.
I thought TP to the shrine. Oops.
Shit, I didn't hit this shaman. Sorry.
Accept your guidance. The spirit moves me. I call for
The
you.
fuck? Okay. Can we do Roshan? You guys wanna do Roshan?
Sure.
Doesn't matter.
You're one word out, dude.
Oh man.
Shame.
GG.
Vision.
We fucking lost.
Keep going, keep going. Oh shit. Okay, I don't know.
Yeah, we should have gone T1.
Yo.
Up here.
Oh my god. Oh, damn it. I think when Ember brought back, we should just run away. Nah, I don't think we can take 2 towers.
I insta-kill towers.
And can we not play the Captain Hindsight game? Thanks.
I'm saying let's not do that ever again.
Like I said.
That was annoying.
I'm not saying let's not have done that.
We should try to keep track of Warlock's ulti.
I mean, it's like it's not like I can go back in time and do it again,
So
right?
annoying.
Do you guys have time machine where I can do that?
The bottom tower is under attack.
I don't think we can defend bottom, right?
I don't know. What do you guys? I don't know. It depends on you guys.
No.
Okay, we just let him die like that, huh?
Your bottom tower is kind of
That was pretty good, honestly.
You better pop on over to your bottom tower.
I'll try to deward it. I don't know where it is. Though.
Kind of bad.
Hey, you got it.
You see?
Oh, wait, what is Roshan time? Lulu, do you know Roshan time? My prayers are answered! Actually, it's by Fairy Fire as well. Furlance the Tanking, thanks for subscribing. 2612 ages. Okay, thanks. Lulu Chen, best support, guys. Up to him. Nice. They're being charged, Bane. Oh, Jesus. Still has ages. He has BKB as well.
I'm gonna try to like keep them away from objectives.
Oh, this guy's dead. Or is he? Oh no no! This Ember almost got him! Yeah, just go Glimmer, guys. Hey Bane, what item are you getting next?
I'm thinking Glimmer or Aether.
So this Ember has ages for like 35 more seconds.
Yeah. We don't have BKB up on our corpse yet. So the Fatal Blonde's gonna hurt a lot. When Mentos up, I think it should be easier.
Heads up, we're back.
Yeah, actually Monkey King's kind of poor, huh? My prayers are answered.
Top tower needs some help. You and a couple of friends could probably stop that. Your top tower is under attack. Hey, go.
Hey, his age is about to expire. His age is about to expire. Oh shit. Oh man.
Maybe we should play it a little bit more bottom. He was charging you. Be careful.
My prayers are answered.
I got the fucking Ember.
Okay. Holy fuck. He's still dead though. He'll kill himself. No Omni Slash, no Omni Slash. Oh, that was not a very good trade. It's 3 for 1.
I think we could have fought better, right?
Oh, no way to get here.
Great question.
Yeah, no, he didn't have ulti. He didn't have ulti.
Maybe I just go Glimmer, guys. I was gonna go Blink Dagger, but I'm not sure.
I don't know. I feel like that shit could have gone better.
We can't be there. There's no. They have a shrine next to it. We don't.
I mean, the fight started right here.
Right. I mean, we got the Ember. That's nice.
Hello, Gilherm. I'm 0 and 8. Jesus. Why is this guy so scared? They're running around like. Does he know something that I don't? Yules? Use for what? Oh hey, there's a ward here. Free money! Oh, it's top. I'm coming. SB. Wow.
Do they have Warlock ult right now?
I think so. There's a Jug over here. I think they're coming to maybe kill me. Oh. This guy's just feeding these. That's a lot of money, man. That's 300 gold, dude. That's 300 gold. That's 300 gold right there.
Just wait for them to go high ground before we fight. None of these fights are good. We have no vision around anywhere here.
I'm gonna go grab these runes.
You are heard. Attack! I hear and obey. Oh! Yes. Of course.
Juggernaut TP'd bottom.
You might be able to look for someone at top.
I accept. The spirit moves me. I accept your guidance.
Hey, I can.
Really fighting. I'm getting charged.
I'm coming from behind. I can catch these guys. Oh my god, I canceled my fucking shackle, dude.
Killing spree, double kill.
Get him.
Killing spree.
Come on, Doom, run faster.
Nice try, guys.
Arc Warden ultimate is something like, I think it's like 180, 240, 300. It's a lot of money.
Yeah, it should be much easier when we have BKB.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
You know, Ben, you have the soothing, nice quality voice that you have there.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm gonna try water on Roshan right now.
That is a great idea.
Take a fight.
I got a blink dagger now, so jump on this ember. Yo, I'm gonna jump on this ember in a sec. Wait for me. Got him.
Let me check if Rosh is out.
I think it should be out like 100%. Now you guys want to do Roshan now?
I think it's
same dude, same situation.
Okay, well then if Ember buys back, then
buyback and
my fucking
King
ward is
said
terrible now. I wasn't expecting this.
just push out lanes, I think.
This guy's kind of a pussy, I think.
Alright, that sounds cool too.
I think we forced the Ember buyback, like, we can't really get any major towers. Or we can kill this guy's mid. Oh god. Yo, I got the Shadow Shaman over here, or I mean, the Dark Tier.
You're a Shadow Shaman, sir.
I do have the Shadow Shaman.
Ember Sir is respawning in 8 seconds.
How can we do Roshan?
No.
Oh, we can kill these fucks mid. There's a cheese too. Grab the cheese. Oh man, I did.
I can set up bottom for you guys.
I just wasted fourth.
I'm watching you guys mid, but I'm gonna grab this bounty rune.
The bottom tower is under attack. Enemy's middle tower is
Anybody at bottom?
Sleep him, sleep him.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
Yeah. Oh shit.
Enemy's middle tower just turned into a pile of
Oh, I'm gonna die to this shit, dude. Ah, I can't do this.
killing spree.
I died to illusions.
I mean, we still got a kill out of it, but that's pretty funny.
No, I should just walk away. He can't even TP anyways. God. I died for nothing.
We have all our spells up. You guys want to go for a smoke?
Probably just push bot out.
Oh, we have a DD.
I'm gonna grab the wave.
Fuck, I accidentally used it on myself instead of you. Fuck me. Daddy.
Welcome back, Valdo. Oh, they see that. Yeah, they know you guys are there because of the sentry. Wow.
I'm showing with my clone, it's 44.
Oh, Warlock ult. I'm coming.
Joke's respawning soon. We can just
I can't get there. There's no creeps anywhere near.
Let them waste their ulti.
You can
Let them waste their ulti. Just get back. Warlock ulti's down. When I respawn, I can come back.
What the fuck, man? It sees me. Not again! Man, I keep dying while shackling someone. And that's another 300 gold. Hi, C-Tell, my day's going alright. How's yours? Way too many golems, man. Golems beating on my ass. Beating me like a drum. 39, 39, 34 Aegis. 39, 34 Aegis. Hey, we need to make like a big play. Thanks, Lulu. Better throw ulti to kill the 40 armor Darkseer? Nah, bro. I'm coming.
The enemy's bottom shrine has fallen. No more sanctuary here.
Age is expiring in a second.
Hey, you got like 35 seconds. Got him. Yeah, look at this guy. He's got 44 armor, man. Ward's not gonna do shit. We got like 15 seconds on Aegis. Wait on courier, okay? Let me grab my glimmer.
I don't know Fiend script, but do we have a Doom?
Oh, Darkseer doesn't have buyback. Go bottom. What the fuck? I got hit by Fatal Bonds? Seriously? That range is fucking ridiculous. Hey! No! A Fatal Bonds killed me.
Oh, that buyback.
Oh shit! My prayers are answered.
Doom doesn't have buyback right now.
Oh, my glimmer, dude. I'm just fucking sitting here, man, and then ah! My prayers have not been answered. I need BKB? I mean, you're not wrong. You know, they have a lot of BKB piercing shit. Warlock ult, pierces BKB. Spirit Breaker charge and ultimate, pierce BKB. Yeah, maybe Eul's a smarter idea. Yeah, Eul's a smarter idea. There you go. Good job, daydreaming. My prayers are answered. I need a heart.
We can just let Arc push out the lanes right now. He has a Arcane Ray.
You guys want to smoke?
Yeah.
I'm gonna smoke.
We can. Ooh, let's go for December Spirit.
Yeah. Fuck yeah, doggy.
He's going for the rune, I think.
direct. Illusion. The spirit movement. Mega kill! Dominate!
My prayers are answered! Nice! They don't have buyback. My prayers are answered! My prayers are answered! Oh man. Oh man. My prayers are answered! Alright, time to go to the bathroom. GG guys. GG. Yeah, it's GG. Yeah, I'll give you guys some points. Give me a bunch of damn points. There you go. You're back 1 minute.
Time for the kids who don't know. Yeah. Abstract, what up? Yeah. AZ. Yeah. Just had to come with that Atlantic. I got them all in a panic. All in my ear, they know it's my year. Just give me a chair, I can't stand it. They know that I'ma be popping. With all of this fire, I'm dropping. I am so nice, no red and blue lights, but you know that they gonna cop it. Yeah. Back on my bullshit, back in my zone. I got these labels all hitting my phone. I got my fans, I don't give a damn, bro. I just be doing this shit on my own. Started with nothing, I made it to something. Now I just been growing and growing. Yeah, I'm getting older, my parts getting colder. Yeah, they say I flow like it's snowing. Now I drink some to keep balance. These things loving my talents.
Only 15 MMR? Fuck!
Cowboy, no Dallas. Bet that went over your head. I bet that you did not notice. Yeah, I see my life through a lens. You have been way out of focus. I'm taking my time, my name on the line. No, you will
Thanks,
not
Lulu. It's okay, Kyron. People don't know what they don't know, right? Oh! Man, they were winning for a lot of the game, huh? By a lot.
Industry look like a puppet show. Who's pulling your strings? Whose phone did you bring? I have no Geppetto, I'm on my own. I came in knowing nobody. Now the whole team in the line. Labels got me on the phone, but office ain't even close. Now I'm gonna need a lot more than that. So that's good day, I'll tip my cap. Seen the type of cats you working with. No, it ain't been working, sinking ship. All the songs been boring since the hit. Got the whole world snoring on your pitch. Could've saved y'all time, ain't that a bitch?
There's something above Immortal? No, man. What? Watch my new rank. Oh, 5.8k. Maxime, thanks for subscribing. First stream every day, yep. I was Immortal 1300 yesterday, what happened? Well, Nihate, I'm gonna let you answer this question. How do you think that happens? What did Dota Plus say about the draft? They slightly outdrafted us.
Now the whole team in the lobby. Labels got me on the phone, but office ain't even close. I gotta let them know. The industry look like a puppet show. Who's pulling your strings? Whose phone did you bring?
Oh, it's Smurfs on my team. 2 Smurfs. Oh wait, I had this guy muted. Fuck.
Now the whole team in the lobby.
Don't connect! Don't connect! I don't want to be on the this guy's team. Ah, damn it. Shit, Anna's on the enemy team.
Turn to ban. Five seconds left.
When you lose, should you keep playing? Man, that is entirely up to you. OG Anna, no man.
10 seconds. 5 seconds left.
Anyone play? Holy shit. Alright. Okay. Alright. I play Lion. UE is how you say my name in Vietnamese. Hello, Ryan. It creeps. Yeah, Ryan is like on the ball. He comes here all the time, huh? Oh, this guy. Demand. Barba, all you do is fucking come here and demand shit. Demand. Man, you have no pull here, dude.
Your pick. This is where you win or lose.
Channel is called Bluespan because Blue's my gaming name and Span's the gaming name of my friend. These guys really don't want to pick their heroes, huh? Holy shit.
Okay, your pick.
Who's this guy anyways?
You know what to do. Wait, what's going on?
The fuck? Thank you, Carlitos. Hello. Hey Nuriban, dude, can you do me a favor, man? I feel like every single day you kind of grill me interview style, right? Like, what's your favorite color? What was your favorite band in high school? You know, what sports do you like? Just slow down a little bit, man. Okay, just slow down. What the f— oh my god! Wait, we have 2 Annas in this game. Yeah, we fucking lost. Anti-mage, just go to the fucking safe lane, thanks, man. Jesus, titty fucking Christ. Alex is not a mod because she power trips. How to get high MMR like me? Have you tried being sexy? Oh my god. I think this game's done. I think this guy's about to run down mid. It feels like he is. He's supposed to be going over here. But he's running down mid. So is this guy gonna be— oh god. Actually, Anti-Mage can go mid. Yeah, Anti-Mage can fight Storm mid. Safe lane Storm, safe lane Arc. You can ask Nuriban, dude. I just want you to slow it down, man. You're just grilling me interview style. You know what I mean? Just like machine gun questions. I can give you just 5 minutes to bet. Okay, you have 5 minutes to bet. 2 offlaner Raffle. Mars is a support. Elephant, I know that you've never seen Mars support before, but when you make comments like that, I know you've never seen Mars support before. No, Nuriban, dude, it's not that it's too personal, it's just that you ask them like one after the other, you know, like machine gun style, man. Just okay, just listen, man. Just slow down. That's all I'm saying, man. Just slow down. Listen. Probably warded. Before meeting Dota in my life, what is my dream? My dream was to be Batman.
Heads up, we're back.
There you go, Nerubian dude.
Forward. Your grace is
What the fuck am I doing?
30 seconds to battle. But feel free
Trey runs fast, huh? Oh my god, I fucking hate bounty hunter players.
verily.
How do I know you've never seen Mars support? Because you assume that we have two offlaners.
Has tasted first blood.
That makes it very clear to me, man. Where's the sentry anyways? Oh. Oh my god.
Yeah, that stuff's over me. Don't make me come over there.
Strong arm tactics.
Oh my god, am I actually fucking...
Figures once again. Armed and dangerous. Prowling.
Wait, who died first? I think we actually got the... yeah. Which doctor died? Wait, wait, what? No, blue kills... Okay, I see.
Battle rages. This bounty is not for you. To hell with you. Yes. I go like the devil. To hell and back. Yes. No way. Oh yes.
Kinda pull. I think anti-mage is good too. I wasn't sure. He seemed kind of throwy. Oh, and they... okay. Ugh.
Prowling.
In that case, we're gonna have to... Oh, Axe is dead twice now. Wait, never mind, only once.
Onward. An Arcan Ascendi! Spike! Oh, hell yeah.
Fuck you, man. You fucking annoying ass shit.
Why not?
God. Bounty Hunter was just made to be annoying. I'm sure.
Oh, hell yes. Spike! Yes.
Oh my god, this fucker is still chasing me. He's taking my money! You fuck! Oh my god. You fucking shit. Oh my god.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh.
Prowling. Mine.
I fucking hate Bounty Hunter. He's such a piece of shit. Look at him. Look at that piece of shit.
Why not? I grow like the devil. That devil
Doom's kind of tanky though.
What kind of war is this?
I didn't come here to see my enemies grow rich.
Attack! Haste! Strike!
Denied.
Fuck you.
I'll put the squeeze on you. I've got a power grip.
Fucking piece of shit Bounty Hunter. Yeah, sucky, sucky, sucky. Oh shit. Oh, he almost died, dude.
Onward.
5 minute runes.
Prowling.
It's my rune, bitch.
Money changes hands.
Oh god, I'm gonna die for this, aren't I?
He's mine.
I'm dead.
Hell's gates swing wide.
Double kill.
Time to take matters into my own hand.
Wait 1 second, Kurt.
Yes.
What the fuck?
Verily. Yes.
Wait, he has nothing to suck, dude. Just sucking nothing.
Onward.
There's nothing to suck. Why did I even get mana drain? Oh yeah, because I need mana.
Storm's missing. Probably wants to start roaming. Can't really lean mid.
Yes. Oh yes.
You fuck! No! No.
Storm's gonna start showing up in side lanes, I think.
Fucking annoying shit.
Yes. Yes.
Killing spree.
He definitely needs more tangos.
Oh hell yes. Oh yes.
You fucking shit! Oh my god.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
To hell and back.
Let's give anti-mage tanker. Keep his HP high.
Verily. Yes. Prowling. Forward.
He's getting angry, that's good. He's angry! Ha 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 ha!
Let the fun begin.
I don't have mana. This is an intimidation TP. Never mind, it got cancelled anyways. Ah, nice
this
try.
This is a mega dive.
Ooh, your bottom tower, it's kind of bad. Are you gonna do something about it or just sit there looking funny?
Dude, yo man, that dooming me was great because now he can't doom anti-mage for a long time. The fact that Doom even just has his ultimate is so scary for anti-mage, but when he used it on me,
Are you
misplay.
even watching your top tower?
Yes. I go like the devil. Forward.
Dire's structures are fortified. Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that!
Yes.
Your top tower needs some help.
Yes.
Oh my god, this guy's hella low HP, dude.
Alright, our lion just read this storm like a book.
Yep.
Top tower is under attack.
Yes.
Your top tower is under attack.
Why not?
Your top tower
Motherfucker, this is mine. Sucker.
Here I am, my pride.
killing spree.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, why don't you use spears, dude?
Blew it. Dogs.
Oh!
Sorcery shall rise into hell and back and back to hell and back.
Oh fuck. Wanna smoke?
Your top tower needs some help.
Hey Mars, can you buy a word or two for now? I don't have any money.
Yes.
Your top tower is under attack.
I'm gonna finger somebody there.
You'll be fine, long as that top tower don't fall. I'll wait till
Who's the best person to finger? Storm is the best person to finger? Or TB? One of those.
I feel like either Storm or TB is probably their biggest threat for that. Finger, I mean.
Dum 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 dum.
Any more where that came from?
I'm running mid smoked.
Yeah, ready.
Nice.
Here you die.
Dum dum dum.
Prowling.
I almost have money for boots.
Why not?
What suck, you fucking stupid lion? Jesus.
Why not?
Swear to God, I pressed the suck button earlier. Didn't work.
Your grace is noted. To hell and back.
You can take it if you want. I'm probably not gonna do much with it.
Okay.
He just doomed himself top.
Yeah.
RM's a player.
I don't really have that much. I don't really have much.
Oh yes. Yes.
So fucking slow.
Yes. Looking for me?
Just mana void, dude.
I could have saved you if you ran back with this. But
Where's the fight?
I'm gonna have boots soon, Ghost.
Oh hell yes.
Come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh, I don't know, that one didn't stack. That one stacked. Hey, Axe, there's like 2 really large stacks you can take. This one and this one. Or you can take it. I don't know, one of you guys can take it.
Your middle tower's under attack. Dire's doing that glowy thing.
Wah, wah.
Nothing to do until that's done.
Coming mid. I'm not super strong if I get jumped on though. He has Invis Rune on Storm. They're pushing bot as well.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Yes.
15-minute runes. I'm gonna run to grab this rune.
Like the devil. To hell.
Hi, Finger.
Coming.
Okay.
I don't really have any catch. Storm's coming as well. He has Envy.
Where's the fight? Yes.
Can I put a ward here without being seen?
Oh, hell yes.
Doom's TPing top. Oh my god, my fucking ward. I just put it down. Didn't even have a chance to live. I think BH is gonna be here in a second. Saka. He was here and now he's dead. Holy shit.
Haste.
Your top tower needs some help.
Where's the party? Growling. Zip.
The top tower is under attack.
Verily. My thanks. Oh yes.
Really want to finger some assholes.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Dig in and defend that sucker.
Oh hell yes.
Oh yeah, what kind of assholes would you like to finger? Takia. I think we're slowly winning this game.
To hell and
I don't know, with their TP Storm, that's kind of scary. Oh. Alright, you get that item, then you, and then me. Oh yeah, I counter TB. What am I saying?
One item off Orchid.
I'm dead. Oh my god, I had 74 gold. Can't even buy Observer Ward. The hot kind of assholes. Oh, don't you like the cold ones? Hi, Motep. I'm good. How are you?
Stop it! That's not helping. Your middle tower is under
Well, actually, I need some dust for this bounty hunter.
yes.
Or do I?
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
Why not?
This game, I'm gonna be poor as fuck. It'll be like 30-minute Blink Dagger.
Where's the fight?
They're gonna smoke or be aggressive with Storm Orchid. I think he has it now. So careful. I'd especially be careful on AM. He's probably just gonna try to chain kill you before Manta.
Right here, right here, right here, right here.
Rest such strength is mine. To hell and back.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
I think he's gonna hunt AM, mostly. Me and AM. Warded here, I think. That's what I just saw.
Okay.
I can fight mid.
Tower's under attack.
Oh yes. Forward.
Can you get up Vlad's on Mars instead? Or do you need Atos? I guess I'm trying.
Got him. Coming. Run down and left if you can. Oh no. Oh man, he run down and left. Would have been better.
Why not? Money changes hands. Haste! Verily. 'Tis mine. Oh, hell yes.
Sorry, I mean, did I say down left? I meant down and right.
Forward.
Santimage is really good, huh? He's just got really good awareness.
Oh, yes.
Enemy's bottom tower's gone. Nice, right?
Yes. Thanks. Yes.
Can I get the courier? It's 1 second for me.
I'm dead.
Killing spree!
Tide.
My thanks will come later.
My
when you least expect it.
Oh, one day I'm not gonna die instantly. TB's TPing mid.
Oh, yes.
Storm behind.
No! Oh man, if he put down that half second earlier, I'll be alive. No Sunder, no Sunder, no Sunder.
Unstoppable! Triple kill! Your middle tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified.
Alright, they just got like 10k gold from that with bounty probably. Yikes.
Tower's under attack.
Just need Axe to go in with Blammo.
Your middle tower has fallen.
What else can
Damn, there's some powerful. Got him.
Death to all betrayers. Yes.
Interesting.
お前はもう死んでいる。何?
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Forward.
Where's Storm Spirit?
Prowling.
Storm's gonna fucking kill me in a second. Oh no, he stopped. I'm in with Dust.
Now your dreams of glory. To hell and back. Yes.
Hey!
More power. Verily.
shit.
I go like the devil.
Man, I should grab that. Oh, I see it. We got a badass in chat, guys. Damn, man, you're so cool.
Forward.
Bake him away, toys!
They're gonna deward it finally.
Good job, JT.
Where's the fight?
Why you blink? I just blink earlier. Storm's no mana. This guy's raging.
Can I get a +1 bot? I can save it, but not alone.
Okay. Oh, the lion's doomed. Deny me!
Tried. It was midair.
Damn, that TV's alive.
Your bottom tower just took a dirt.
Yeah, I just buy the Windlace for casual, you know, slightly more move speed. Oh shit. Oh man, TV is a huge problem. Oh shit.
They can't hide. I don't know why they keep trying.
They're going Greaves. Remember when I said 30-minute blink dagger, guys? Yeah, this Doom really hates me, for sure.
Oh yes. Why not?
You fucking little bitch.
It's hard for me to fight anywhere like this where we don't have vision. So I'll just get Bounty Hunter stormed. We need to fight in like a controlled area, guys.
What is this madness?
I was debating buying back there, but Doom doesn't have Doom. Oh my god! Wow. Yeah, you may have to do something mid. Cut mid.
Yeah.
Your top tower is under attack. Maybe fortify yourselves. Pretty good move if you ask me. Your top tower has fallen. That's the spirit. The losing spirit. Your top tower needs some help.
Yeah, suckers.
Oh hell yes.
Your top tower is under attack.
Man, my fucking blink dagger money, man. When? Blink dagger when?
Yes.
Sucky, sucky.
Or something.
Yes.
Oh hey, this is mine.
To hell and back.
Real Terrorblade.
Wow. Why not? Yes. Regeneration.
So that Roshan pit. We gonna do anything about Roshan?
I go like the devil.
Hard. Don't have much control of the area. If we win this game, we just need to take like a good fight. It's just hard to get vision over bounty.
Hey, there's a storm over here. Hey Mars, can you 5? So I can buy one.
Yes. Why not?
They must be rushing if they didn't defend any of that tower.
Roshan has fallen to the ring.
Just sit high ground. As long as we don't fucking feed, I can hold. For sure. They cannot siege me. They have to dive really hard if they want a high ground. Just sit high ground, don't die. Radiant's doom.
To hell and back.
30-minute runes.
Yo, you're absolutely gonna die.
Money changes hands. 'Tis mine. Oh hell yes.
Oh, I want this tome though. This tome.
Oh hell yes.
Alright, we're gonna forego the blink. Get this tome. I could also just sell some items to get this blink. Or I could go suck some I'm gonna go suck some illusions.
Oh yes.
Can you buy back and save me? Holy shit. What? What are we saving
okay.
buyback for?
What the fuck, man? I'm just dying, dude.
Whoa! God! Got one less little tower now, by the way.
Oh, did we just lose this game?
Right.
Oh, maybe not. That means just a lot of money.
If we bought back, I could have held this so incredibly easily.
Yeah, yeah. Yo, man, you're one.
Holy shit.
Your middle barracks has fallen.
You guys are fighting different targets.
Alright, Ham's fighting one that won't die.
Bottom barracks has fallen. Exactly what you're supposed to do. Don't let him tell you.
Nah, we can still win this. No, I think we can still win this. Anti-Mage gets Abyssal Blade and Storm's dead.
Why not? Yes. Double time!
Enemy's middle tower just bit the dust.
Onward.
You'll show him.
Knuckalanda.
Oh no. Oh god, no. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. My fucking Blink Dagger! Oh god.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Oh.
No! God! Your bottom tower is under attack. No! God, please, no! No!
We will get dove on.
Your bottom tower has fallen. Bad news about your bottom barracks. Oh, you are the enemy's bottom barracks is
Oh
falling.
shit.
Like this shit. This is what you guys save and we'll win the game. Jesus fucking Christ. If he's actually gonna fountain dive me, just walk there. What are you guys even trying to fucking kill? I will kill everything and everyone and we will lose 0 towers if you just walk at the doom fountain diving me.
No! God damn, man.
To hell and back.
Jesus fucking Christ. Storm's dead, so I'm safe for now. Give me money. Yeah. Give them money.
Forward. Hell's fury. Burn.
I don't know the vision there, but look.
Oh yes. Greetings, my friend. Money changes hands. Where's the
Oh god. There's a BH on me.
yes?
Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit.
Why not?
Holy fuck, that guy's reaction time is so good.
Stop leaving the base.
I'm fucking dead. Did I save anti-mage at least? Maybe I did.
Your top shrine is under attack. Your top shrine has fallen.
Man, this guy needs to shut up. Just keeps talking.
I've still got my pride.
It ain't over till the last building falls. So fight!
Lionize me. Not yet.
Literally every single fight without fail.
Oh my god! That's GG, I think. Yeah, that's GG.
I thank you.
We lost. We lost. We lost. We lost.
The top tower needs some help. The guy is putting up a barricade. Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen. They're trying to knock down your middle tower. Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle tower has fallen.
Quite interesting. Again.
Armed and empty.
Killing spree! You gotta defend your agent! No! Killing spree! Your agent is under attack!
Oh, damn it. Oh well. GG guys. Almost everyone bet on... Yeah, it was 14 bets for win, 2 bets for lose. Wah wah. Okay, I'll give you guys 12 minutes to bet on this next game. Thanks, Devraj. Still, I think I'm still 2-1 today. Yeah. I don't have an opinion about X. I just wish Mars would help me support a little bit more. Oh, it's the draft from the other day. That Arc Warden. This is the axe from last game. He was in the last game too. Can't remember who he was. Oh, you know the Arc Warden's right here. The gay Drow Ranger, guys. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and play Vengeful Spirit.
Yeah, and effective. 5 seconds left.
Yeah, I'm just gonna play Vengeful Spirit. This guy plays mid, this guy just plays safe lane. Yeah, I just play Vengeful Spirit. You want 5 or 5?
Remember, the goal is to have fun. Your pick now. You know what to do.
So this guy was in the last game. Who was he? Oh no, maybe he was in the game before that. Oh yeah, he was the Bane. Right. How much MR did I lose for last game? I lost 27. Fuck. I mean, if this guy's just gonna spam Arc Warden, I mean, we could just do mid Arc Warden safely in trial. Probably. Yeah, this is the X from last game. He missed a lot of calls. Oh, hello, Johnny. How's your day, been?
Your pick. This is where
How come supports pick first? Because they're the less important of the picks.
Now. Meepo. What? Huh?
When you play poker, do you show your most important cards first?
We lost someone. Quick, nobody move.
Hi, guys. Didn't I pick PA? Okay, Johnny. Okay. You know, I want this game to go through, so I want this guy to come back. Please come back! I think we're gonna win this game. Glad you like the examples, Raj. Yeah, I mean, yeah, sometimes you pick your cores first, but usually they're very generalized cores like Juggernaut or Spectre. Shut up, Johnny. Shut up. This game's not gonna go through. Damn it, Charlie Brown.
Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
Support Viper. Oh wow, quick queue. Are you visiting the family this weekend, Joni? Ancient 7? What the fuck? How? How did he get in this game?
Hey, we'll hold them down. You
This is a very different. Oh, I should have been Arc Warden.
5
Fuck.
seconds left.
Do I follow hero suggestions? No, man. I don't even know what the hero suggestions are. Nice. Free weekend. Nah, I'm not gonna reset bets. You still have 6 minutes to bet. I mean, either way, regardless of what you think the draft is gonna be like, it's still like a 50-50 chance, right?
Your pick. This is where you win or lose.
Oh, Coddle.
Remember, the goal is to have fun. Yeah, who am I kidding?
Why were you silenced? Sure, man, because you said easy game after I lost.
10 seconds. 5 seconds left.
Wow, that's a really early pick, Medusa. Is this a Smurf? It's not even a Smurf. Or is it? Maybe it is. He's getting lots of rampages. A lot of rampages. Yeah, he's probably a Smurf.
You know what to do.
Yeah, your first time in this channel, and you were kind of rude. Just stop being rude, man. We'll get along just fine.
Remember, the goal is to
Yes, you can bet.
fun. Yeah, who am I kidding?
What about Musica? Someone talking that I cannot hear? Oh, this guy's talking, huh? Oh god, I have this guy pre-muted. Ugh. Oh god. I don't want to unmute him. Do I play every day? Yep.
This is when you win or lose.
With all of this fire I'm dropping, I am so nice, no red and blue lights, but you know that they gonna cop it. Yeah, back on my bullshit, back in my zone. I got these labels all hitting my phone. I got my fans, I don't give a damn, bro. I just be doing this shit on my own. Started with nothing, I made it to something. Now I just been growing and growing. Yeah, I'm getting older, my parts getting colder. Yeah, they say I flow like it's snowing. Now I drink some to keep balance. These things.
Thanks, Lulu.
She keeps sending me texts. This girl a cowboy, no Dallas. Bet that went over your head.
People don't play jungle in Immortal games, man. That's only in Herald. Yeah, you're better versus you. Hi, Spear. Glad you like the song, Pack. Yes, we heard you the first time. Zeros win.
They went viral overnight. One night stand gone before the morning. When y'all can I finally get to learning? Though the candles lit, no wax for burning. Ain't here for longevity, zero integrity. Gotta be kidding me. Hits I got 70. I'm on the mezzanine looking down on it like.
You asked me why do I pick support? Why do you think I pick support? Try it, man.
They should have came with a plan. If you sign me, sign the whole team. Rappers acting like we Siamese. We are not the same. I got hits in every genre of the game. Funk on my album is getting plays. Voicemail on my phone, but I make them wait. I am pulling my chips. No,
Oh, I think he knows where my ward is now. Yeah, so obvious award.
Maybe I'll jump to the third, cause now it's Return of the King.
30 seconds to showtime!
I swear I'm planning out everything. I'm a step ahead, put the talk to bed, orbit with the heat, planets in my head. I gotta let them know, the industry look like a puppet show. Whose phone did you bring? I have no Chicago, I'm on my own. I came in knowing nobody, not a whole team in the lobby. Labels got me on the phone, but office ain't even close.
I'll grab ours, okay? I have Fairy Fire.
Blood in the water. Time to feed, freeze, and burn. Rise from the ashes. With twinned nature.
I had this guy toxic. I mean, I had this guy muted because he's toxic, but he's saying PMA stuff.
Yes. Shall we? Deny. Ice and fire. Scar, embrace us. Five thrusts of wing. Dragon's rage. Onward.
Oh my god, he's actually dead.
Endless sleep departs.
A twin attack. Two on one. Ice advances.
Oh! Hey, I got way more gold for him. Got experience though.
Rise from the ashes. The skies are ours. Shall we? After you. Pay the price. With twinned nature. We fly.
Hey, I'm pulling, I'm pulling.
Scar, embrace us. Breathe your last. Take that. The scalding cold.
No, no.
The rule of regeneration.
Hi. Whew, what a fucking intense lane, dude. This lane is so balanced.
The skies are ours. Yes. We go. Freeze and burn.
4 runes. Oh wait, this is way too early to pull. Or is it? No, no, I got it. I got it. I pulled really early, huh?
Ice advances.
Okay. Holy shit.
We ride the outdrafts. Fired up. Sky, embrace us. Shall we? After you. Yes.
Fuck's wrong with this guy, dude?
Go on to him.
Okay, okay. What are we trying, dude? Oh, my bad. I think I remember why I muted him. Jesus. So annoying. And he's mad with me.
Speedy rule of haste. We fly.
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that!
Ready.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's courier has been killed. Too stupid to live, too beautiful to die. Your top tower is under attack. Oh, there better be something important going on. Killing spree!
Hmm. 10-minute race.
Ice advances.
PA got a rune.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Yeah. Fucking whiny, dude.
Bottom tower has fallen.
Yeah, shut up, play the game.
Couldn't have done it better myself. Yeah, well, probably.
Ugh. I'm 4-2, Jesus. Hey, he knows how to apologize. It's amazing. Wait, in career, 1 sec. Sorry if I'm annoying. Yeah, you are. I'm dead. So people are just maxing these two nowadays, huh? They don't even bother with flame grip. That is interesting.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower. Rally the troops and get over there!
Bane in PA middle. Bounty Hunter too. He doesn't have grip. What the fuck are you doing, dude? I'm gonna kill you. Award. Okay, I gotta take it. Oh my god, you fuck! Wow! God damn it, dude. I need some mana.
It'd be pretty mad at you.
God. Oh, reach in. I grab this. Yeah, I'm gonna grab this.
Ice advances.
No!
Pause for people. People gonna pause for you. It's just science.
It's just science.
The scalding cold. Ready.
Ravage perked up.
Holy Vanguard. Okay, I'm coming. I want an assist. Okay.
Never refuse gold given. With twin nature.
Yo, there's a wave here, man.
We go hot and cold. Double trouble.
Oh my god, dude. Do we not see the rune down there? Seriously? It doesn't see the rune? Wow.
Radiant fortified constructions. Pretty good move against me. Guy is putting up a
What the fuck? No! Oh my god! How did he hit me? Wasn't he pretty far? Like, at least this much distance, right? Oh. Well, at least Ember got 630 gold. What the fuck?
The bottom tower is under attack.
It's ridiculous.
Enemy's middle tower is no more.
What the? Oh, there he is. Where'd he go? Disappeared. Job being PMA, Samuel. Gotta keep the toxicity down, okay, bud? Oh, I need to buy TP. Skill 1 bounty? Is that what happened?
What, not your job or something? Your middle tower is under attack. And over here we have your middle tower. Not being there no more.
Oh, you shit.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. This is
Oh my god. Pia got his revenge. Oh shit. His grip. Yeah, that's kind of a backhanded compliment, wasn't it, Johnny? This fucking guy. He's probably like 13 years old. Oh. Oh, word there, wasn't there? Up right here. Oh, that's a really interesting ward spot.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
One help to defend this.
We fly. Doubly so. Double trouble. We go.
Guard offense deep.
Ice and fire. With twinned nature.
Your top tower is under attack.
What the fuck, man? Fucking still sleeping for years.
Your top tower needs some help. Killing spree.
Not too many TPs.
Top tower is under attack. Dig in and defend that sucker.
We ride the Empress.
Your top tower has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack.
The skies are ours.
Whose level's better, me or Coddle? My levels are better.
Where's jungle, please?
Thanks for the wishes, man. Everything that I am. That depends. How do they kill my sentry? How? Oh, Necrobot.
Radiant called in the fortification.
I just don't understand what my Ember is doing. This bot. Where is Ember?
Kill this motherfucking asshole!
Dominate.
10-second BKB? Huh? You dead now! You dead!
Rule of invisibility.
Ooh, your bottom tower is kinda bad.
Top, guys. Look at top. Look at top. Anyone?
I'm looking. I'm looking.
Grab the light.
Top tower needs some help. Enemy's middle tower just turned into a boss.
Going too far away from the tower.
No, by thrust of wing.
Mega kill!
I need this fucking item.
Fired up.
way.
Well played. Well played.
Oh, played.
Hey, look at you.
Come,
knocking down that bottom
Yeah.
tower.
Nah, just push bottom. Oh fuck, there's a beach here. He has BKB though. He has BKB.
Enemy's bottom tower's gone. Nice,
Let's back. Let's back. Let's back. We don't have you.
Okay.
Back. Try to help.
Oh, you baited, motherfucker!
Right. Go rush now. Go rush. Go rush.
Rash, rash. Rash, rash, rash. Rash, 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 rash. Rash, rash, rash.
Whoa! Hey, Jug! What the fuck, dude?
Mommy. Mommy.
The top tower needs some help.
Should I go for these rewards?
Could probably stop that.
I mean, these runes? I should go. Should I farm this camp? No. Oh, man, I shouldn't have farmed that camp. Oh my god, how long is this shit?
Be on front of computers. Can't do rush. Can't do rush now. I have huge. They have huge.
He has huge? I have huge penis.
Roshan has launched the radiant.
Yeah, BKB. Jesus.
The enemy's
More detection. No detection. My farm. My Coddle. Kato, give me mana. Give me mana. Give me mana.
Oh, why, guys? God,
What the fuck is wrong with this guy?
On shrine. Why? Why am I choosing
Immortal
on
teamwork.
shrine?
Top tower is under attack.
Give me mana.
Dire structures are fortified. Your top
I
tower
don't have detection.
is under attack.
Why did I use this again? Hey Jug, I think that's a waste of time.
I'll wait, somebody.
Man, just fight together, please. Not so hard.
What the? What am I doing? Oh my god. Oops, oops. My bad. I just fucking TP right here. Like a retard. Wah wah.
The top tower needs some help.
You want to suggest something? Yeah, man, you can suggest. I've seen some of your suggestions though. They're a little bit
God, please.
lacking.
You go push fast.
But you're free to do it. The stream stop for anyone else? Pick 'em away, toys. I really want this level 15. It's so good.
Why? Die. Reach ahead. Yeah, we need the MKB.
MKB.
Help! Help! Help!
You're fine, man.
Yeah, I just wanna kill. I know I'm gonna be fine.
Mommy! Get him! Get that piece of shit! Stun Mithril Hammer, what? Oh yeah! Calzabusa. Wait, she has Aegis? When did they even do Roshan? I don't even remember that they did Roshan. What? Honestly, did anyone remember them doing Roshan? When did this happen? The fuck?
I'll take that as tribute.
What? When did they do Roshan?
Push me, please. Push me. Jug. Need you, please.
Jug.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Shall we? After you.
Killing spree!
I have jungle. Go mid, man. What the fuck? You're farming jungle.
Dominate! Double kill!
That went well, I think.
What, one hit, really? Get him.
Double kill!
Back, please. Back.
Back.
Man, why are you farming creeps when Medusa's die? Why, man? Why? Make
34-43 early? Okay. Yeah, I started putting ward in preparation to do Roshan, and then, you know.
I face my fate.
Multiplayer game, dude. Yeah, did you know it's a multiplayer game?
Double trouble.
There we go. Now I have something to stop PA, Dusa, Beastmaster, and Bounty Hunter from raping me. Roshan's not up. No Roshan. I think, right? You guys did get the correct time, right?
we'll take advance.
Yeah, not even up.
Right beside it, please. Right beside it.
Ice advances. The scalding cold.
Make donation. Hey Bluespan, I want you to play like an absolute retard. Okay.
Come with me.
Make donation.
Come with me.
Okay.
Amber.
The bottom tower is under attack.
Amber.
What do you mean your bottom tower's gone?
Bash him.
You better puff on
don't
over
want
to your bottom.
Go, top. No, never mind. Need someone, boys.
Yeah, Ember's got this. Holy shit, you're dead.
The enemy's top shrine has fallen. No more sanctuary.
Okay, I'm defending bottom.
Back, Jigger, back.
You fucking cast some shit? Oh my god.
Wake up. Jugger, try to go to fight. Where? Shit. Jugger, come here. Oh my god! What bad cheat! Why Desire, please? Why? Why?
I gotta fucking. I need some water.
Stop, Jug is Russian.
I legit thought he said Russian. Like, Jug is Russian. How did you arrive at the conclusion that Jug is Russian? I just don't understand how you said that. Oh my god, our combo is so bad right now.
Here, horse,
Russian. Jug is Russian. Jug Russian. Jug is Russian. Yeah, I had that Tide pre-muted, but he's not too bad. Not too bad. Not great, but not bad. Oh god, I'm dying.
You're so fucking bad, dude. What the fuck? You're so fucking bad!
Russian.
Sean's dead. Man, him and that ages.
Don't have dust.
The top barracks never did nothing to deserve this.
Does he have BKB?
Where's my
And BKB? I out Naga? Naga's in this game? You guys just shut up and play the game, thanks. Divine Rapier.
Jugger is so bad. Hey, Jug, don't play doctor.
Hello. Guys, stop talking, just play the game, okay? Just don't talk. Don't talk.
I just don't want to lose this game.
That's okay, man. I don't want to lose this game either.
Your middle power's under attack.
Uh-oh. Oh my god, I'm dead. I am not dead? Oh, I'm dead. And I'm going to the bathroom.
Why you be carrying my game, man?
Oh.
Your middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad. Your middle tower has fallen. If you wanted your middle barracks to not fall, you're doing it wrong. Your middle barracks is fallen. Your bottom tower just took a dirt nap. Bottom barracks has fallen. Hope you don't pay for lessons or nothing. Bad news about your bottom barracks. Your top barracks has fallen. The enemy now has mega creeps. Don't give up. Come back from this. Your middle tower's under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Why do I get this middle tower now, by the way? Taking this serious. The Dire Agent collapsed. All right in the world.
I would go outside, rather jump into a book and live inside my mind. Get lost in my studio until I catch a vibe.
Oh my god. Yeah, we lost. Oh. My job is to support, not do DPS. What the fuck, man? Oh man. Hero crest equals donate, guys.
There was a time that I worked for the man. I did what I had to, but knew that I can do so much more. I had the things that they don't understand. So I dropped out quick, came up with a plan.
I'm bread today, dude.
All across the land, going hand in hand. Started in a van, now I'm in a bus. You can comprehend. Off in Neverland, feel like Peter Pan. I'm never grown up. And these are the words that I say every single day when
Right, Naga, right. That makes sense though. Man, just most of these fuckers live in Southeast Asia. Nah, I don't think that's true. Favorite sport is not Jakiro. It's tied again.
Ooh, you get to ban someone. 5 seconds left.
Job, I have no idea, man. I'm not tech support.
Meepo. What? Huh?
Gara, you know, no, man. Ah, oh, Jesus Christ, dude. Dude, you're telling me to buy Veil in the last game, but that's 100% not the item here. There's so many items I could buy instead of Veil. I could go Blink Dagger to actually synergize with my Yules. I can go Force Staff to help my team get out of stuff. I can go Crimson Guard. I can go Crimson Guard against this team. I can go Heaven's Tower. I'm not gonna go fucking Veil, man. Like, Veil for who? Maybe if I have Zeus, I have Leshrac, I have Tinker on my team, maybe then I buy Veil, but I buy Veil for who? Ember Spirit right click damage? Juggernaut right click damage? Veil's terrible item, man. It's not good at all. Oh my god. Yeah, maybe if all my cores all do magic damage, maybe it's a good item, but that is a terrible suggestion. Fucking bounty hunter. And how's this guy in my game? Oh, that's probably party MMR. You want to make demands? You have to donate, man. Okay? Okay, Carlo? Otherwise, don't make more demands, man. You and I both know you're probably not going to donate. So then you have no pull.
Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
Just lying. This guy know me? Am I getting stream sniped? Very suspicious. Why is he trash talking me out of nowhere in the picking phase? The fuck? I have to hide my minimap, guys? I'm gonna hide my minimap, guys. Gotta hide our minimap. Now we're gonna have to hide this shit.
Hell hath no fury like me.
Gara, you're already breaking one chat rule, man, okay?
Yes.
Fortune and glory await.
Can someone copy and paste the chat rules to Gara so that he can understand that he's breaking chat rules? Oh, Jesus.
That was lame. That was lame. To hell with you.
See, those are the rules. You're breaking the chat rules. The moderator's job is to enforce chat rules. Anyways, Gara, you're breaking the rules, man. I'm gonna forgive you this time, but like, when you suggest Veil, it's just such a bad suggestion, man. Remember, I'm a real Immortal Divine player, and if you say that Veil's a good item, we know that you don't understand the game well.
Oh, sorry. I was playing Sekiro.
Why not?
You might as well say buy Divine Rapier or some shit, man.
Yes.
Let the battle begin! Okay, play your cards right, and this thing will land you on easy street.
Best back. Best back. They're 11. Wrong.
Prowling. To hell and back. Onward. Oh yes. Like the devil. Yes. Yes.
Oh shit, dude.
Power pours into me. To hell and back. Oh, hell yes. Prowling. No way. Oh, yes. Battle rages.
Oh man, I helped him last hit.
Forward.
Pulling next.
Oh man, I got hit by that shit.
Hell's fury. Burn.
Oh, what? Seriously?
Spike. Yes. I'll put the squeeze on you. Yes.
Fuck you, bounty hunter.
Oh, yes.
Here, there's bounty hunter.
Oh, hell yes. Attack! Such strength is mine. Why not? Yes.
Oh shit!
Worth it.
Got him.
I'm all for a little downtime. You feeling fresh?
Anyways, I have 1 versus 1, one person in this entire stream, my 3-year streaming. And it was a complete fucking waste of time. It was some fucking 1K guy who's like, oh, I'm better than you. MMR is just a number. Har 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 har. So you know what we did? We went 1 versus 1. I even picked first. I picked first. I'm like, I picked Viper, and then I'm like, okay, go ahead, pick whatever you want. And then he picked Puck, and then I killed him 5 times in like 3 minutes.
Why not?
Anyways, not every fucking kid who comes here and he's like 13 and he thinks that he's the shit deserves to have time on this stream. Just a complete waste of time.
Yes.
Okay.
Killing spree!
Yeah, no, he kept jerking off. MMR is just a number. Har 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 har.
Forward. Verily. Oh yes. Prowling.
Oh my god, that wasn't even worth it.
Oh hell yes. Yes.
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle.
You're gonna survive that, dude.
Annihilation.
What a cheeky motherfucker.
Flash, help.
Why not?
You're fine.
I go like the devil.
What the? Saved him.
Forward.
Okay.
Told you I've wired.
Yes. Die at my hand.
Dude, nobody wants me.
Back. Oh, hell yes.
Nice job. That was a great stun.
Verily.
Why did I get pinged up here?
Where's the Oh yes.
Oh no, my green boots. Oh, Kunk is up here now.
Cut up.
Yes.
Stun, dude, what the fuck?
Killing spree. When you hold yourself.
Jesus.
Onward. Proud. Why not? Yes.
Come on, I get back already. Okay. Back, man.
I go like the devil.
Go, go.
Yes.
Oh my god! Oh man, I didn't think he can hit me like that. I should use Swan. English only, please. The fuck? Up until a certain point, MMR does not reflect skill? Explain that, man. Go ahead. So are you saying that Heralds can be better than Guardian? Sorry, Heralds can be better than Legends? Are you saying that? That would be pretty funny, man.
Yes.
Hey, 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 hey. Take it easy, take it easy, take it easy. Hey, Desco, I'm gonna ban you in just a sec. Yeah.
At the tower.
Killing spree.
Uh-oh, OD rage buyback. Not good.
Radiant fortified their structures. Pretty good move if you ask me.
Take him to that wolf.
Hey, from Crusader to High Legend, there's a little difference. How do you know? Have you ever measured? Or are you just like, oh, it feels like it's the same? No, dude, you can't just be like, oh yeah, it feels the same. No, it's not.
Best thing about the enemy's top tower is it's gone. Hey!
Oh hell yes.
The fuck?
Mega kill!
You're playing there, okay. Alright, man. Okay, why don't we go look at Dota buff later and we'll compare the number of last hits, XPM, GPM between the different brackets, okay? Like the average XPM or GPM in Herald, and then the average GPM in Legend, and then Archon, and then you can talk, man. Otherwise, you're just theory crafting shit. I mean, I could say something like, I feel like Bill Gates is richer than Jeff Bezos. I feel that way, right? But like, how about we just look at some real numbers, you know? Not a very scientific approach, man.
Your bottom tower is under attack. This is one of the things in the bad column. Dominating!
Hey guys, it's so hard to lose.
I'm no techno wizard or nothing, but I think that
Help
player just
your
disconnected.
tower. A liar. Why you don't carry the B, dude?
And Job, how many 7K players are not on a T1 team, and how many 9K players on T1 team? Oh man, you guys are so opinionated, huh? Jesus.
You use all your stun connects.
You guys have some really bad scientific theory.
Nice.
Oh yes. Hand it over.
Like there's so here, I'll just answer this. There is so many 7K players who do not have even a tier 2 team. Maybe a lot of them are on tier 3 teams, but guess how many guess what percentage of 9K players are on actual good tier 1 teams?
You gonna do something about it, or just sit there looking funny?
Hell's fury burn. I've got a power grip. Verily.
Oh Jesus Christ, dude.
Man, really need ward, man. You stuck 3 wards and don't place. It's a very bad, man.
Oh, yeah, I should be placing these wards. He's right.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Yes.
Radiant called in the fortification.
Oh hell.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
Hmm.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Feel my claw. Yes. To hell and back. I was only indirectly responsible.
Dire's doing that glowy thing. Not to do it till that's done. The enemy's middle tower has fallen. I guess they built on a fault line.
Oh my god, I'm dead.
to pay.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Grim TB top.
Your middle tower's under attack.
My rage returns me to the
And also, I mean, so Job's original opinion, which was 7K players, 9K players aren't always better than 9K players. Well, yeah. Well, I mean, like, okay, well, obviously, if you play 100 games, the 9K player will not win every single fucking...
Knocking down that bottom tower.
Every single fucking game, right? It's like if you have two PAs right-clicking each other, right? Obviously, do that pure RNG. Hang on a sec. Oh god, dude. Ay.
Hey guys, they run rush. Can contest, please?
Top tower needs to come out and start killing.
What?
You even watching your top tower? Unstoppable!
Roche is like 25%.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, no, you guys are distracting me.
Please, care. No, never mind. No.
Okay.
Finish your party.
That. Oh yes.
Medic!
Forward. Yes. Prowling. I'll put the squeeze on you. Why not?
Oh my god, he almost died there.
Oh, hell yes. Verily. Forward. Where's the fight? Lionize me.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yes.
I'm dead.
That's why this barrier guy.
I'm gonna Roche now.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Where's Troll?
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
This will do nicely.
Bat has fucking boots of travel? Is he not the 4?
Armed and dangerous. More power. You will pay. Up to it. That devil to pay.
Oh my god, maybe I should finger him? Ah, nah. Probably survive anyways.
Cards, play with your cards. Stay on mid of the map. Not. Star.
Your top tower is under attack.
They really doesn't have much farm, huh? Man, I don't even have time to put all these wards down. Magical damage, magical damage, lots of magical damage. Physical, physical, okay. I don't know what Gab means.
You'll be fine, as long as that top tower don't fall. Oh wait, it's already gone.
I go like the devil. Verily.
Oh my god!
Stop, die, and beat up off the map, please.
Radiant structures off.
Holy shit.
Yes.
I'm getting really frustrated at this guy.
Onward.
He talks way too much.
Battle rages. Yes. Why not?
The enemy's top tower is falling. I like these troublemakers.
Battle rages.
Hey Putra, please wipe your ass after you shit. God, man. Wipe your ass after you shit, okay? Jesus fucking Christ.
Oh, hell yes. Verily.
Come here, come here. What the fuck is this? What?
Last thing coming. With this AA, if you kill him, you get a lot of gold.
I'll put the squeeze on you.
Yeah, very acute observation, Paidong. God, man.
Yes.
Do you feel smart?
Pick up here.
Jesus Christ. I'm gonna come over here, Elsie. Hey, 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 I stun, I stun, I stun, I stun. Okay. GG.
Camouflage without PKB. From there, take PKB first thing left.
Ooh, your bottom tower, it's kind of bad.
Hard.
With my labors
Your bottom tower is under attack. You and a couple of friends could probably stop that.
Holy fuck, this guy's still alive.
Go, man, go! Go, what the fuck?
Oh, there's gonna be something important.
Bro, just control.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower.
Go rush. Legend, go rush. No.
Oh.
Yes.
Legend,
Your middle tower is under
Up, Legend, rush.
Verily.
Rush.
Rush, please, Legend.
Rush.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Where's the fight?
Oh my god.
Center. Play center here. No. Never mind.
Roshan has fallen to the dire.
Yes. Onward. Oh yes. Forward.
BKB, guys. Legend, go BKB, please.
Where's the fight?
Anyways, guys, so I see you guys are talking about MMR, but once again, you know, I agree that 9K player will not always play better than, sorry, the 7K player, sorry, yeah, the 9K player will not always play better than 7K, but just look at the percentage of 9K players on top tier 1 or tier 2 teams versus the percentage of players who are 7K on tier 1 or tier 2 teams, you know? I'm pretty sure that's a pretty accurate representation of what people think, or the success rates of professional players.
Almost. Come on, Jack. Come, we can fight.
What I'm trying to say is the 9K player is better than the 7K player.
Please.
And like, I don't know why you guys just like keep jerking off like MMR. You're like, okay, so if MMR is not the best indicator of skill, what is? And then you know how the conversation will go? It'll go like this. It'll go like this.
Place vision and wait. Place vision and wait. Place vision line. Place.
Okay.
Find the A.
Just don't understand how we lose this.
Fade from memory.
OD. Hey, LC left. Okay, bet. LC left. Rank and title of the stream.
Please, just put the wire in the ground, please. Just put the wire in the ground, not so hard.
To hell and back.
I use a scan. I tell you, gonna be a fight in there. Just place a wire.
Yes.
Killing spree!
Oh, hell yes.
Hey, Chorus, Matt, are you fucking stupid? Is your reading skill Archon level? Oh man, some of you guys are just so fucking dumb. I swear to God.
Radiant structures are fortified. fortified.
Onward.
Enemy's bottom tower's gone. Nice, right?
TP.
Get back, get back, get back.
Go back. Take your gun down.
Hey Johnny, I'm only talking about 7K versus 9K. That's all I'm saying.
Vai, on the
Farm top, ugly.
Farm top. Just get that fuck.
Man, when am I gonna have my first item?
Bot, play bot.
Didn't they just say play top? Jesus Christ.
Onward.
Okay, I don't have time to read every chat.
Die botch, dude.
Prowling. Hells yes. Verily.
Oh, my wards. I'm hiding the map intentionally.
Why not? To hell and back.
Sorry.
No, I have no problems with low rank players. I just hate stupid people. Oh my god, man. Fucking Grimstroke.
Mega kill!
Blood in the wake.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you. Your middle tower's under attack.
Oh, I have a comment for this. Hey, man.
Over here, we have your middle
Hey,
tower.
guy who got
Not
banned.
being there no more.
Does that look like you? Does that look like you?
Time to take matters into my own hands. I go like the devil.
Oh, man.
Oh yes.
Who bought back earlier? LC bought back?
Prowling. Verily.
One day I'm gonna have a Blink Dagger.
Oh hell yes. Oh yes.
35-minute runes are almost up.
Why you rushing Lally, please? Buy just one smoke and go together.
Forward. Annihilate.
I have a smoke.
Go.
Where's my mana drain icon anyways?
It's gonna die soon.
Oh, OD wants his Shiva's Gird. What the fuck is going on?
Okay, where?
Oh, I'm fucking dead again, aren't I? I'm dead. Alright, bye back.
Double kill!
I go like the borders of my lifeline.
once again. Double kill.
Please kill.
Killing spree. Dominating.
I think we lost. Holy shit. We lost.
Killing spree.
My heart.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Hmm.
Tower is under attack. Middle barracks are looking shaky.
Well, they can't drone it, you know? Holy shit.
Back, please, but
Dominate. The middle barracks are under attack. You'll be sorry if they fall.
My life cannot fade. Why not? Power
We survived.
into me.
Oh.
You will pay.
You guys got a fucking Dagon, dude.
Rush.
Forward.
I grow like the devil.
Isn't Roshan up? We should be doing Roshan, right?
Regeneration.
Cook is gonna fucking kill me.
To hell and back. Upon the cold light of day.
Oh my god, there it is.
I'm under. Oh.
my lion play on Disneyland.
What the fuck? How did I miss that?
Killing spree! Double kill! Double kill!
Now I think now we lost. Did we finally lose yet? I'm not sure I can buy back.
Why my lion?
Your bounty is mine.
Man, it doesn't matter.
Nature's darkest agent and a return to form.
You talk way too much, man. You just keep talking and talking.
The middle barracks are under attack. If you wanted your middle barracks to not fall, you're doing it wrong. Your middle barracks are under attack. Your middle barracks has fallen. Oh, come on! You're digging your own grave!
I'm TPing behind him. Ah, never mind, they're both dead.
If your mid tower could talk, it'd be pretty mad at you.
Wait.
The guy is putting up a barricade.
Prowling.
They're trying to knock down your middle tower. Your middle tower has fallen.
Wala yung go.
Your middle tower has fallen. Ah, I don't even
This guy's
know
no
where to
mana.
start with you.
He has no mana.
Mega kill!
Get me out of this game, please.
Ooh, your bottom tower, it's kind of bad. Unstoppable! Double kill!
The fugitive brought to justice.
Your engine is under attack.
Shut up, man.
You're not paying attention to dire agent collect your engine.
Hey, 17-5-26. Man, I had this guy originally muted, and now I remember why. Just shut the fuck up, dude, man. This guy is toxic and talks way too much. Jesus fucking Christ. And I think this guy stream sniped me. I'm not sure, though. He just trash talked me at the picking phase out of nowhere. And like I bought like every single fucking support shit. Did I really die that many more times than my teammates? Well, let's have a look. I have 16 deaths. That Shrike's got 13. This bat's got 15. Fuck yourself, dude. So fucking annoying, man. I buy all your shit, you think you're so good. Yeah, I can play any lane, any position you guys want for donation. Ah, fucking Christ.
Prepare for battle!
Yes. Damnation rises.
Yeah, anyway, sometimes when someone gets banned, you can't see their messages. Do I ever play for fun? Yeah, I do. Sometimes I play unranked, and then you guys start fucking complaining. Oh, play ranked, Blue? Play ranked. God, so fucking annoying. I'm done with this shit today. Here's your fucking points. I don't really feel like playing this game. I hope that bat's on the enemy team, please. He's not. Oh well.
Your turn to ban. Five seconds left.
Oh man, these guys are so low. Line 5. I'm not sure, Johnny. Why do you ask? Kinda just want to play unranked games. How's he? Oh my god! Get me out of this game!
10 seconds. 5 seconds left. Your pick now. Meepo. What? Huh?
This guy says he's a smurf.
I rise from the flames.
I mean, his stats look pretty smurfy. Carry me, man, please. Divine 5 wants to go mid? Oh, fuck me, please.
Come on, it's gonna be an easy game. Shroud them doesn't have AoE damage, we can just push.
Pudge Techie's AA, oh man.
Remember, the goal is to have fun.
Oh my god, he picked Tiny.
Come on.
You know what this says? This is like, fuck you, I'm going mid. I don't care what you do, I'm playing Tiny, so I'm gonna get last hits. That's what that pick means. Oh, and also I'm gonna throw you. I'm gonna throw you into the enemy.
I mean,
this is a complete
that monkey game.
griefing pick. Yes. Report green for what?
Just play the game, man. That's it.
Too much blue bodyguard? What's that supposed to mean?
Okay, your pick now. You know what to do.
Come on, guys. Don't be a baby.
This game's full of fucking babies. Oh, get me out of this game.
Prepare for battle.
Oh
Come
my
on, bro.
god.
Don't do that. Come on, we can win this.
Yes, we can win. Do you like MMR? I like MMR.
It doesn't matter if you lose roll or not. You just play the game. We can win this. It's not like we cannot win. Just play it.
I am so not predicting this.
Game is very easy. Trust me.
Oh, Jesus
Don't
Christ.
throw the game, alright?
Thank you so much, Johnny. Man, you're poor, dude. Save your money, man. Yeah, thank you.
Also Vietnam Fund Cap.
Okay. No more ranked games, so we'll play party games after this.
Please don't do that, please.
30 seconds to showtime.
I hear and obey.
Yeah, you're a sweetheart, Johnny. Thank you. And yeah, I'm still very, very seriously debating that Vietnam chip. And you just made it a lot easier as
Come
well.
on, Tiny. Don't do that.
Fucking babysitting simulator.
The spirit moves me.
Pay attention now. The battle started.
Hear me. I speak for the shades.
Please don't throw. This is very easy. Come on.
So say the spirits.
Hey, Pydon, don't tell me to calm my tits, dude.
I go.
Tiny, you want to farm? Top? I can go jungle. Come on. Or Monkey King. Come on, please.
As the shades direct. Shades, guide me. Granted. Spirit moves me. Under attack.
Who used salvages there? I don't think that was Lycan. That was Techie's tried to salvage just to get that extra HP.
I return.
Oh my god. Even though we got first blood, I'm sure we still probably lost this game.
Of course.
Thank you.
I accept your guidance.
This is my life.
Hey, go. I accept. I hear and obey.
Fucking Pango.
I bind you. Dulce nomine for pecare. As it
Fucking hell! You. There we go.
Nice one.
Nice.
The top tower needs some help.
Yes.
Oh my god, look at this guy. What a fucking piece of shit.
As the shades direct.
This guy, is Techie still chasing me?
You are heard.
Johnny, have you decided a date for Vietnam yet? Why is Tiny doing this? Because he's a fucking baby. He wants to play mid. They rolled. I think actually he won the roll, but then Monkey King took mid anyways because he's a smurf. So then Tiny's like, nah. I'm just gonna AFK. What a fucking piece of shit.
I hear and obey.
I mean, Monkey King was very douchey to take yeah. To take mid even after losing the roll, but like he doesn't have to react this way.
The spirit moves me. As you wish.
Oh god.
Shades, guide me.
Yeah, I think they both deserve reports.
I accept your guidance. The bones are thrown.
Don't be angry.
I hear.
You want to trade with me, techies?
Of course. Yes. Right. As it please you.
Techie Mason, careful. Techie Mason.
Oh my god.
They're trying to knock down your
Sorry, I should have TP'd.
rally the troops and get over there! Are you even watching your top tower?
Oh yeah, baby.
Nice.
Thanks.
Granted. As the shades direct.
Fucking Dota 2.
Fortune's change. As you wish. Of course.
Oh god.
I hear. I accept. Granted.
Top's doing really well.
A fine omen.
This guy's like full HP already. Jesus.
Attack. As the shades direct.
I'm never mind.
And that.
You're dead.
The spirit moves me.
Or top.
I go. I accept your guidance. I hear and obey.
I need some mana. Fucking useless. Jeez.
Yes.
Oh my god, there's regen. Yes.
Regeneration. So say the spirit.
Oh, nice. Good job, buddy.
Accept your guidance.
Ooh. That's a close one.
Of course. I hear and obey.
Tiny's trying to prove a point. Yeah, that's right. What a fucking piece of shit as a person. Oh my goodness.
Granted.
Oh, Formed. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. They knew I was there. That was premeditated.
To go beyond the hills. I go.
Luna somewhere around here. Oh, there she is.
Guide me. Make your beat. Not going anywhere. So say the
Oh my god, man.
as it please you. The spirit moves me. I hear.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Hi, Jensen. My prayers are answered. Hey, maybe I'll actually win this game. Wow. Wow.
Top is missing.
Attack!
Run.
Yes.
I'll take that.
The spirit moves me.
Well, I'll go ahead and take that.
Double damage top.
Oh.
Double damage.
What the fuck? They're dead.
Your top tower is under attack. Top tower is under attack. The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
So say the
Oh, did they see him? I wonder if they saw him. Oh my god, yeah, they know he's there.
Tower needs some help. Defend that sucker. Killing spree. Double kill.
Coming bottom.
Oh, next time try not to die.
I go.
Your top tower is under attack.
Pudge Ruiner? Huh.
Granted.
fucking tiny.
Told you it's an easy game.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Are we gonna win 4 versus 5? I don't know, they put Pudge mid though. Why do they do that?
Enemy's bottom tower's gone. Nice, right?
I don't have TP.
Look, the enemy's attacking your middle tower. Don't let him do that!
As the shades direct.
Your middle tower is under attack! Oh, there better be something important going on.
As it please you.
I have wards.
I hear and obey.
Fortified your structures. Pretty good move if you ask me.
Yes, guide me. I summon my
Your
wall.
top tower is under attack. This is one of the things in the bad guy.
Direct. Your time comes.
Yeah, that's a rage buyback. Maybe we actually won this game.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
I can't wait to flame this guy after this game's over. He doesn't deserve this victory at all. You what?
Your top tower is under attack. What, not your job or something? Structures are fortified.
I hear.
Dominating!
Shades, guide me. Yes.
Is Pudge AFK? That's an excellent question. I have no idea.
As you wish.
Oh, did he?
Alright.
Nice! I guess we won. Good job everyone except for Tiny.
Enemy's middle tower just turned into a...
I don't know how you're such a baby, Tiny.
Best thing about the enemy's top tower is its killing spree on edge!
You know, when you don't get what you want, you don't have to be a baby, dude. You can just choose to just play anyways and help your team, you know? Even if you didn't get what you want, you don't have to be a baby.
Skip the class. Well, I'll go middle line. That makes sense.
Hey, the enemy's top tower's gone! You've done good!
I accept your guidance.
We fucking won this game.
The enemy's top tower has fallen!
I don't think he's listening, Johnny.
To the enemy's top barracks.
Yeah, I think he's not just listening.
Fallen. Radiant's courier has been killed. You stupid no bottom towers. Enemy's middle tower is no more. The enemy's middle barracks are just memories.
Yeah, this guy does not deserve this win at all.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
Me and Lycan deserve this win, though.
Puff on over to your bottom tower. You and a couple of friends could probably stop that.
No, Tiny, you don't deserve this at all. I believe the Chinese word is 你没教养.
Why do you learn that?
Oh, I have Chinese friends.
Nice one, boy.
Thanks.
Enemy's middle tower just bit the dust.
I'm pretty sure you play for a win. You don't play for a roll, right?
You think so, right? Wow, did he just dodge that mischief? Finally, I win the game. Alright, are we doing party games now?
For our fathers, gone beyond
1, 2. Ah, 2 people went to low priority. I wonder who it was. Maybe it was the Bat Rider from last game. This guy is useless and a baby. Look at his level and contribution stats. Oh, you know, I could have tossed him into tower, but I didn't, so I'm an adult. Okay, so you're not a total baby, but you're still a baby. You see his justification? That's like Hitler saying, I only killed Jews. I didn't kill Jews and all the Chinese. Come on. Be right back, 1 minute. Then don't queue ranked. What the fuck? What a fucking idiot. Thanks, Jamil. My game. What's our score today, guys? 3 ranked wins, 3 ranked lose. Oh, it's actually red day, even though it's 3-3, because I started at 5-7-6. I think we lost 12 MMR today. Yeah, there's one game that I won. I only got 15 MMR. Every time you say that, do you remember how I reply? Hey, Ivan, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what the unranked means. For sure, Johnny. Okay, we're gonna take it easy. We're gonna have some fun, play some party games. Did Lulu Chan say she was showering or something like that? Just got out of the shower. Right. Hold on a second. I'm switching accounts. How do you get out of the trenches? You play better? There's not some magical thing that you can do, man. It's not like, you know, with this one simple trick, you can go to Divine MMR or something like that. That's not how a game works. And there's no trench, man. What is the trench anyways? Yeah, the trench never ends. Pro players hate him. This 5th tip will blow your mind. Hey man, everyone has red days. I have a red day today. Hey Mark, watch your own replays. Hey Ivan, I don't know what the unranked means. You should just ignore that. It doesn't mean anything.
Buddy.
Hey friend. Actually, Ivan, I didn't know what you were talking about at first. I don't know what this unranked thing is, but then I saw the points. You're the only person to have ever asked that question, and we've been betting for months. Tiny is ex-pro player from China. Tiny from the last game. That's my win rate. Here, you can have a look, okay? There you go.
Hey guys,
Hello.
ready for some fun games?
Oh yeah, I'm ready.
No, I think I'm gonna have some bad game. I'm not.
Alright.
I'm not here to have fun.
That is a lot of comments. You know why? You know I have a lot of comments? Shh, because I smurf. Yeah, I get like 3 comments a game, huh?
Oh, you got a game?
Lulu Chan's voice is cute? That's creepy as fuck, did ya?
Your turn to bat.
Shazam? Oh yeah, I think I saw the trailer on YouTube yesterday. Was it good?
5 seconds remaining. Your turn to pick.
I did, yeah, I'm just fucking with you, man. It's fine to say that. That's actually a really nice thing to say.
I was joking too. Thank you, Aditya.
Is this ranked? Yes, this is ranked.
Your turn to pick. Your turn to pick.
Am I gonna go to the ward build? I haven't even seen all the heroes yet. Andre, your name's Andre, right? Andrej?
Are you going 3?
You have to see all the heroes before you decide build.
I was hoping for 4. I prefer 4.
That's right, Yves. I lost way too many.
But I can do 30 if you want to support me.
Well, if you go 3, I will support you.
Let's see what they pick. I can go 30. Actually, I don't like Monkey King. I'll go 4.
Your turn to pick.
Oh, Orange doesn't want to go, okay.
It's okay. If he doesn't know Chorus Budge, I'm fine with that.
The masculine voice belongs to Asian dumbass in the stream. I mean Lulu, yes. Whoa, who's there, Lulu?
Chibi is here. Say hi, Chibi. Hi.
Hello.
She's sad because she was supposed to get a car and someone else bought it before she did, so.
Aw, man.
Well, all you gotta do then is take some keys, scratch the car, then buy it from.
As a Vietnamese, I can confirm that is a legit strategy.
Because the price goes down.
Exactly. In fact, it's a smarter thing to do.
But she doesn't know where the car is.
A little stalking can help with that. Go to the place who sold it, find the paperwork. Simple.
Bring a gun.
Easy solutions.
Easy solutions. Oh,
I know word
I need
tangos.
you guys here to help with this.
Word tangos. Hey,
In the bag. Prepare for battle.
come on, woman. Another one. Thanks.
Don't move.
It's just turning my butt to you.
As you say.
I like it in the ass.
Would it be weird if I said yes?
No, I'll give you gladly in the ass. It's okay.
Great. Let me come right over.
Going. Ooh, ah. A touch of venom.
30 seconds to battle.
Asian is playing as Pudge. Lulu Chan is playing Witch Doctor.
Asking me if it's in a bag. Oh, I ain't a bloody bag.
Oh yeah, it's in the bag.
Let's do this.
My venom flows.
Oh fuck, I missed.
Battle begins.
To the fight.
I got it.
Nice.
So we got 4 wounds?
Yep.
Nice.
Yes. Agitation. You've nothing. As you say. Envenomed. Yes. My venom flows. Impaled.
This Morana's not that bad.
Okay, man.
Yes.
I take that back, he didn't know how to CS.
It's in my nature. Going. My venom grip attack.
I'll have your skull for my satchel.
I am going back.
Illusion.
Agitation.
Line's missing.
Denied. Ruination. A touch of venom. Yes. Sweet toxin. Taste my venom.
He got the wrong one. He used Shadow Strike on the wrong one.
With vim and venom. Deadly to the touch.
Exactly.
Toxic attack. Vile advance. Yes. Yes. A touch of venom.
Oh my god.
As you say. Yes.
Great usage of the skill.
Concentrated venom.
Why you run that way, dude?
My venom flows.
I think if you just keep running that way, he can continue regenerating. But oh wow.
Agitation. Go for me. Ah, sweet toxicity. Vile advance.
I'll take that.
Attack. With vim and venom.
I'm going to die for this, but still.
Don't worry, I do that all the time.
Ah.
Quick as venom.
Space worth.
Space worth.
Caustic blow. Going. Impaled.
I think that guy's dead. Or is he? Oh wait, I'm dead. Oh, two. Oh, what? I didn't know he did that much damage.
Well, okay.
I underestimated Quap. See you later, BJ. Have a good night, bud.
A touch of venom.
Where's Queen of Pain? Queen of Pain might gank one of the side lanes. Queen of Pain missing.
Yes.
Queen of Pain's back mid.
Ah, sweet toxicity.
She just blinked, she's dead.
Welcome to your death.
Nice.
I was gonna ask if you wanted to shrine.
Yeah.
No, I'm good.
I figured.
Vile advance. Sweet toxin.
Ooh, Lion's gonna get taste.
Yes.
She has Sonic Wave. She has her ult. I'm lagging. Are you guys here?
You're fine, you're fine. I got you.
The fuck, man? Why am I Dota 2 but not on my Discord?
Well, you disconnected, so my farm.
Okay.
Also, Lion missing.
Please, Gaben. Okay, I have to restart Dota 2. 1 sec. I may have to relog, but hopefully I don't. We'll see. It should be okay. What? You guys don't pause? I'm all the way back at base.
I paused, but I didn't realize when you disconnected.
I was over here, and now I'm here.
I wanted some farm.
Oh my god!
It's okay, you needed to go back to base anyway.
Right.
You were almost dead after Clop and Lion.
With Vim and Venom.
What the
I heal
fuck?
faster than the that thing hurt.
Yes.
Oof.
Oof.
One day you'll hit that Gale. We'll make some money.
Yeah, dog. I'm waiting.
Oh damn, I missed.
Yes. Go for
That was my bad.
Yeah, it's okay.
Oh, he still died.
Yep.
As you say.
I'll just run off to swap and eat her.
Agitation.
Sure. I tried to sidestep. Too many creeps to help.
I think she's dead.
Yeah, she's.
Oh, a fucking finger!
Yeah.
Ah!
Oh, and Viz.
Oh yeah, that moonlight was sick, man. Thank you.
A touch of venom. Yes.
Well, thank you for doing your job.
My venom glows.
Your middle tower is under attack.
My venom flows. Going.
Holy shit.
Quick as
Oh, she got her revenge. She's level 10. Quap's level 10? What? Hmm.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Yes. Envenomed. Agitation.
The prize is mine.
Yeah. Vile advance.
What the fuck is the range on that shit?
Sweet toxin.
I didn't hit her? Wow.
As you say.
I see lion mid.
Oh, you're the one who smoked.
A touch of venom.
I mean,
Had
too
the
far.
ward here.
Too short.
I actually thought I was closer.
Coin for my effort. Yes.
Hmm.
Ruination.
Shadows take us.
Okay, let's do this.
With vim and venom.
Oh man, she's so dead!
Caustic flow.
It's not TP, man.
Double damage.
I'm the man.
Your top tower is under attack. Double
No! Stop it!
Noob.
Killed by my own teammates. Does Jug have Omni Slash?
Probably no one's been top for a while. 15-minute runes.
I'll take that.
Gold for me. My venom flows.
Lulu is Witch Doctor.
My loyal wolf. Attack.
Man, 20 mana short from a combo.
Plague our
Oh, she's level 12.
Mm-hmm.
As you say. Yes. Taste my venom.
Oh shit.
A touch of venom.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Vile.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yes. Ooh, Agitate. Watch this spot.
Allies disappear.
With vim and venom.
They can see me.
Oh yeah.
Or like over here, I think.
Quick as venom.
Try and push, I guess.
Venom's vengeance. Agitation.
Wow, this monkey's core.
Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant structures are fortified.
Going. A touch of venom.
That was so easy.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Hey Miranda, did Jerry use Omni Slash on you? Okay.
Cloth's missing.
Yes.
You gotta blink, I'm coming for Jug.
Okay.
With vim and venom.
See you later, Adrian.
Yes.
Man, how can they ever gank me or just put wards down like this?
Toxic attack.
They can smoke fast wards.
I suppose so.
Vile advance.
I think Lion's coming here too.
Dire's structures are fortified.
As you say. It's not time.
Nope, Lion's.
Okay.
Oh, wrong hotkey. Oops.
Bye, Adrian.
Quick as venom.
Take us.
Yeah. It's
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
the plague on our foes.
Yeah, choose one. Got anything for me? Oh, there you go. Nice.
Payment due.
Shrine bottom?
My venom flows.
Sure.
Quick as venom.
20-minute runes.
Ooh, I'll take that. As you say. Deadly to the touch.
They have a ward there. Dirty ward.
Yes. Don't stand near each other.
Drow will fucking kill you.
With Vim.
I will fucking kill you.
Don't kill me, Drow. I promise I'll
Kill her.
be good.
So mad.
Agitation.
What the fuck, man?
What's that next to me?
A touch of venom.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Bake him away, toys.
Your top tower is under attack.
Nice.
Very nice, bitch.
I don't think they don't have Omni Slash.
Holy stacks.
He has Omni Slash.
I think he has Omni Slash. Well, he
No,
doesn't
no, I
have
don't think he has it
Omni-Slash.
anymore. This is why you write down cooldown timers.
Oh, I'm lagging.
I'll take that.
Hello.
Hello.
You tried to steal my centaur.
Taste my venom. As you say.
Oh, baby.
Never dull.
A touch of venom.
I want to gank. I'm coming.
Yeah, ward's there, by the way. Up their shrine.
Fuck me. Oh, never mind. You're not Pudge.
Empty.
The enemy's bottom tower.
I'm Pudge.
Oh, shit.
Wait, what?
Pudge,
What?
don't,
Rot turn
don't
off.
forget to use a rot.
It was up.
Many agree.
Then they turned off.
Blink Dagger on Miranda? Holy
I
shit.
mean, I was giving Zhao the kill, of course.
Oh, what a nice support.
Yes.
He is my carry after all.
I thought Billy is your carry.
No, Billy's mid. He's not as important. That's why you should let him
That
die.
is technically absolutely correct.
My venom flows again. Yes.
Where they at, though?
Going.
Found him.
Ah, found one.
Take us.
Yes.
Oh, we haven't fun yet.
No, Johnny.
It's okay. I wanted to bait the clock, but she came back in.
With Vim.
That's a dead jug.
Is it?
Dag Venomancer.
I am.
YOLO.
I'm going top to get them.
I guess I'll back.
Oh, rejected.
I'll take that.
I bought back for the bounty, it's okay.
No, I don't have damage problems.
How do you get to level 17? Jeez. I was 2 levels ahead of him, like 10 minutes into the game. She has centuries. For whatever reason.
Your top tower is under attack.
I'm coming, I'm coming.
I missed. I blinked in to get the flesh strength.
Agitation.
Ignore that ping.
There's some deep wards in this area. That's what Winter Wyvern was doing what you're doing.
I bet he's here. He's not here.
Quick as venom. A plague on our foes. With Vim.
Hey, Alex, he's not backseat gaming. He's just giving me his
Your
opinion.
middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
A touch of venom. Well wanted. Attack.
Oh wait, you already de-worded. Why'd I do that? I'm slow.
Nice. I'm right behind you, Pudge.
You didn't die for
I wasn't gonna stop anyway. Okay, well.
He did.
Ready.
The enemy's top tower is falling.
Yet.
He did.
As you say.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
A plague on our foes. Impaled.
The enemy's top tower has
No, I missed.
Yes. My venom flows.
Get back. Have a ward.
Going. Thy plague our enemy.
The enemy's top shrine has fallen.
Funny joke, Foxley. I've never heard that one before.
Quick, my loyal ward. My venom flows.
Shadows take us.
With Vim and Venom.
Oh jeez, they see me. That's not good.
No!
Jason, glad you're having fun. Fortunately, we just team wiped. Oh. You got him, Pudgy.
I got him.
Have you ever considered getting more intelligence, sir? Hi, Johnson. You would have mana if you had more intelligence. Just saying.
I think I have most mana on the team. Yeah, I have most mana on the team.
Is that right?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. You'd have mana if you had more intelligence.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Hi, Genji.
I feel like Quap's the only one with more mana than I do.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
You have a lot of mana items, huh?
Nope, just this.
Excuse me, sir, but this is a mana item. This is a mana item.
I'll take that.
No, those don't count.
Oh, okay.
See, look, they're in my book bag.
Oh, okay.
But I have 1252 mana.
Agitation.
Also, I bought the staff after I died, so it's not counted as my mana yet.
Taste my venom. A touch of venom.
Someone destroy 2 towers for me, please.
Impaled. Yes. It's in my nature. Violet Vance. Going.
Why do I even have this?
Yes.
Illusion.
Probably place the ward there.
Ugh. It's worded. There's a word somewhere.
Toxic attack.
Yeah, there's an observer up there.
Okay.
Yeah, they just placed it.
Yeah.
I don't have sentries in it.
Well, why don't you have sentries, Lulu?
Because I used it and they dewarred it.
Well, why did you use it?
I don't know. No, I
Carry 2 Quelling Blades. One for the sentry, one for the observer.
Lulu, don't.
The
Get
enemy's
too close.
bottom shrine has fallen.
Like, I have 3 different escape items. That's why I kind of go that close.
As you say.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Sweet toxin. Going. Well warded.
Nice.
A touch of venom.
4-second hooks.
With vim and venom. Increased potency. Yes.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Impaled. Ooh.
I'm in. I'm up, Diggy. I'm up, Froggy. I'm jumping. Jug is jumping.
Drow, no! No!
Ah, you juked me.
Come around and hit some buildings or something. Come on, dude. Stop hitting shitty stuff, man. Yo, man, they're chasing your team? Oh. Oh.
Well, I tried.
Holy fuck, this Mirana's so useless.
Punch. I liked it. Tried so hard.
and get so far.
Need to earn on that boy so you can heal him. We got the range, it looks like.
Yes. Logan, it doesn't even matter.
That creep rip.
Man, I could have had that line.
That hook. You went through. It went through the line. Fucking bullshit.
I'll make up for lost time.
Nothing at all.
Yeah.
Nothing at all. Nothing at all.
My loyal ward. With Vim and Venom. Ah, sweet toxicity. Caustic blow.
I need more items. What do I buy?
It's a hard BKB and I think I'm good. No one's here, never mind.
Going. Plague our enemies.
There, Drow, we don't have team. Oh, there's a lion here, he wants to kill you.
Dire's turret has been killed.
Oh man, you're hella dead.
That's a dust.
Agitation.
Shadows.
Yes.
I'm coming bottom.
Quick as venom. Watch this spot.
Actually, I think I'm going here. I think I just killed myself.
I don't know. I feel like I need more damage.
Man, that sheep stick. I really need a BKB.
Yeah, Quap's too powerful.
Pretty farmed.
Toxic attack. Go for me. My venom flows.
Want to take Roche, Mr. Purple Lady? Man? Doctor?
Double down.
Yeah, let's do it.
Mr. Purple Lady Man. Billy, no.
Roshan has fallen to the Radiant.
Runes.
Go for me. I deserve this. Yes. vim and venom.
Can I have an eat?
Move them off. Attack. Ruination.
Clock just blinked in for something. Oh, double damage. Lily, you should come bottom. You are way too far alone.
Yeah, double catapult wave.
As you say. I'm not ready.
Hey, Drow, use your aura.
Yes. Well wanted. Going. A plague on us.
Got him.
Die,
Got
Punch!
me.
Die!
Quick as venom.
No, Johnny.
Thank God my blink came up.
I saved you, Johnny.
Thank you.
Sweet toxin. Going for my efforts. Ah, sweet toxin.
I'm diving. I'm gonna dive this. I'm diving this. I'm not diving. I'm a sheep.
Easy.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. Dire structures are fortified.
Well, time for my heart.
No, Vinny, don't sleep. Stay with us.
The enemy's bottom barracks.
Go to sleep,
is for the
Vinny.
weak.
The enemy's bottom
Exactly.
barracks has fallen.
Now it's a weekend.
Hey.
You see this?
You're the neat, not the weak.
Attack speed.
The enemy's middle barracks is fallen. The enemy's top barracks is fallen. You now have mega creeps.
GG, guys.
Oh, Doan.
Oh, how dare you.
The enemy's middle tower
Wait for
has
me.
fallen. The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
God damn it, guys, you're too fast.
GG.
GG.
GG. Well played.
Just because you can use sounds doesn't mean you should, man.
Oh, wait, we are not in party with you.
Good. Invite me.
Johnny?
You know you can invite me too,
Actually,
right?
yeah, I can invite too. Oh god.
Why do we have sound
Sorry,
effects?
because I need to close the door.
For appropriate members of the community to use them. You have to have a minimum 20 hours of watch time, so you can't just be first 5 minutes stream viewer and suddenly you just start spamming sound effects, man. If that were the case, you know, every fucking 11-year-old would start doing that. Har har har, it's so funny. Har.
And I'm back.
Alright, type points.
Infinite power.
Yeah, clearly not that one. Good night, did ya? Yeah, I have no vision problems.
Your turn to bow. 5 seconds remaining.
Infinite power.
Your turn to pick.
I've had the system for like a year. Okay, man. Okay.
Your turn to pick. Your turn to pick.
Mm-hmm.
Seconds remaining.
Actually, I just realized that the person that was supposed to start the shift at 12 o'clock didn't message me, and she's not online. So basically, I'm still working.
Your turn to pick. Your turn to pick. Seconds remaining.
I've played with many pro players. Wait a minute. Core. Oh, Enchantress support then. Okay, no problem.
At last. Lives for the taking.
Who's not sleepy? Ready? Hey Joffrey, I've only started using this bot like in the last year.
Did Stout Shield change or something? Why is everyone going double Stout Shield now?
If you plan on cutting lane, you buy double Stout.
Interesting.
Limb from limb. Oh, yes.
Thirty seconds to battle.
Can't make me.
Yo. Yeah. You don't know what I'm going through. You don't know what I've been through. Hustling is what I had to do.
Niku, thanks for subscribing.
Making sure that we get paid.
begins.
I got it.
Oh, nice, nice, nice.
I scramble.
I can tell you stories about my life and you'll say it ain't true. If it's all about the money, better watch what you do. I can tell you stories about my life and you'll say it ain't true. If it's all about the money, better watch what you do. And I know where to go, and I know where to go.
Lulu. No, you don't have to do that.
No, sorry.
My hooves run red with first
Wait, let me put some items on you. Alright. Thanks.
What's up?
I creep forward.
I can tell you stories of my life and you'll say it ain't true. If it's all about the money, better watch what you do. I can tell you stories of my life and you'll say it ain't true. If it's all about the money, better watch what you do.
Yes, master.
And I know where to go. Could tell you stories of my life and you'll say it
Can you pull?
if it's all about
Yep.
the money, better watch what you do.
Rip you apart.
Your middle tower is under attack.
No yes. My pleasure. Splay your guts.
I can tell you stories of my life and you'll say it ain't true. If it's
Line's back, never mind.
tell you stories of my life and you'll say it ain't true. If it's all
Finally.
better watch what you do. And I know where to go, and I know where to go. Could tell you stories of my life and you'll say it ain't true. If it's all about the
Chains can hold me. Yes.
Mama always told me I would have the hits. She wasn't allowed to see me have a hit. Had to make decisions, go and hit the road. That was back when Keisha never had a hit. Nigga had to stand up by the courthouse. So Papa front something like a whorehouse. He said, why you never get to see me at the crib? Stepmama moved in, me to something else. Real shit, if I had to sell a quart of water, anything I gotta do, I get a rent paid. So I teach this nigga I'ma be a fucking rapper. Dropped out next week, 10th grade. Yeah, rich young nigga, I came
Your middle tower is under attack.
They're in this tower.
Oh my wand. Oh Jesus. Damn it. Enchantress is such a fucking annoying hero. Jesus Christ.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Does Rage go through untouchable? Yes. One of the reasons why I picked Lex too.
What the heck? Who's top? Is Centaur jungling?
I think so. It's just bottom just for a little bit.
Explain where my rooms are, man.
Lives to steal. I scramble.
No, it's okay, it's okay.
Lion's missing.
No. You can't make me.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Okay, Lulu, you... Pretty sure you need to leave this lane. She's gonna... Enchantress can kill you over and over. Hey, you can gank mid or something. Can you cold snap this sniper? Come. Nice job.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Yes. No change at all.
Nice.
Nice done.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Oh my god. What a fucking cunt. Is my chat broken, guys? 10-minute runes. Oh, thanks, Chris.
Okay.
What a fucking obnoxious bitch.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
You can't make me.
I know what's going on. I know what's going on. Trying to find a reason that you right, knowing that you wrong. Trying to tell me it's okay. Blood stains on the arm, the pain I'm feeling, thinking I'm hitting up.
So we've given up, like, trying to wreck like each other, huh? I mean, she has a lot of mana. She can use Impetus, but she doesn't. I'm actually kind of shocked.
Radiant structures are fortified. Your middle tower has been denied.
Watch it.
Damn it. Hey, ghost walk out. Never mind, you did.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Apparently, I'm just another typical one of unemotional promotional artist. And I am just too much with the songs with an image you can turn and show
A good dude, I
have a wife and have a son named Thomas. A nice house to call garage with a white picket fence around it.
How the heck did he see me?
Oh shit.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack.
Oh, I'm way ahead of Jug. He's 9, I'm 12.
Yeah, because I keep stealing his gold.
Nice.
Yes, master.
You gotta smile.
What the heck?
Wonder if I get in this creep. Does that work? 150 gold. See ya.
Lives to steal.
Oh, I can open wounds and then use my oops. You ready, Invoker?
They have a sentry here, so they know I'm here. But if you can get that lion, I think you can kill him.
Holy shit, he's strong.
Holy shit.
Man, that retaliate, dude.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
She had free farm bottom, I had free farm bottom. Balances out.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Oh shit, you gonna take that from him?
Your top tower has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, Alex, why aren't you a bot?
Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh shit.
Man. Not specifically to dodge that.
Yeah, me too.
I'm assassinated. There's a sniper here.
Run, 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 run.
What the heck? He just oh wait, the assassinator never went off. Just a vision. That's unfortunate.
Run, 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 run.
Swap the sniper. Swap the sniper. Run upwards. Okay.
Oh, Johnny, this is mine.
Don't be mad.
You deserve nothing.
It's okay, they have like 6 sentries up there anyway. I'm gonna leave the lane. I see a centaur.
I'm coming.
Stun!
Coming.
I'm a sheep. How the fuck does he see me?
I'm just dusting.
No, the dust missed me.
Jesus.
Do they have a sentry there or something? How did he see me?
Tower is under attack.
Well, I guess I'm going Greaves.
Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack.
You have an enchant behind you. Guess I have to come top.
Fight him, fight him, fight him.
Run off. Better luck next time. Aw, that was fun again.
That's a blink, but he can't.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I'm Dustin, get back. She's healing. Very fast.
Okay.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Ooh, but there's a lion here.
Ruins.
Yo,
bottom, 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 bottom.
I don't have a teleport. Oh shit.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Silver Edge just came to
Look
disable
how
who's
she's so
passive.
fast.
Need more damage. Physical damage, physical damage, physical damage. Okay, so we probably want AC. Yeah. Maybe this item. Heaven's Halberd. Yeah, Heaven's Halberd AC or something like that.
Centaur's coming for you, Billy.
Alright.
He has a blink.
Okay.
Also, I'm here.
I scramble.
No, he can spin.
What the fuck? How did they see me?
Okay, now we can kill Jug. Jesus. Need to get inside of you for a sec. Chase, 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 chase.
I'm saving my stun. Oh, there's an enchant here.
What a fucking fast little cunt.
No, yeah, you're on your own.
Yeah, I did. She had haste, dude. What the f—
Yeah.
Sorry.
Holy shit. Use fucking skill 2. Use fucking skill 2.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Go ahead, man. Explain that one.
She's Lotus
I know you think that you're really good, dude. Go ahead, man. Say something. Go ahead.
It's just not fair.
You know when you say something and then you realize you're a
Big
retard?
house entry around here.
Yeah, there's a sentry somewhere in there. But she also has a book, so it might just be a book.
Walk away. Can I get inside you? Never mind. When wasn't I using skill 2? Smart guy. I know you're so smart, man. You're so smart. When didn't I use skill 2? Do you think that you're actually better than me? Are you a mortal player? You're this close to getting banned, by the way. Fucking arrogant shit.
Your top tower is under attack.
I need blade mail, dude.
Radiant structures are fortified. Your top tower is under attack. The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Forget your mech and you on.
Your top barracks are under attack.
Nah, I want to see what kind of bullshit he can come up with.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Let me at them. Lives to steal.
Your bottom shrine is under attack.
Spray your nuts.
Your bottom shrine is under attack.
So I am an immortal player, but I didn't think that I could kill Centaur with skill 3. But you want to kill him. But you think that you're better than me. Do you find that funny? Because I find that pretty funny.
Jeez.
Guys, how do we let him do this to us? We can kill this guy.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Where's their invoker anyways? Okay.
He's coming the wrong way. Oh my god.
Yeah, we cannot win this game. I'm not gonna report Invoker. He tried his best. If someone tries their best, they don't deserve to be reported. That range creep is a lot of money.
Did
you put it?
Oh my god. Your bottom barracks has fallen. Your bottom barracks are under attack.
English only, please. Jesus, man. What can I do about this? Oh, I can kill the Centaur so easy, man. It's so easy to kill this guy.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Nice try. Yeah, this game's too difficult.
Your middle barracks are under attack. Your middle barracks has fallen.
You should learn how not to be toxic and make
Over
friends.
got like a 20-minute Midas.
Your middle barracks has fallen.
So,
Your middle tower is under attack.
Johnny, you're in the offlane, right?
Your middle
Yeah.
tower
Okay.
has fallen.
Yeah, no, we can't do much.
Your middle tower has fallen. Your ancients die under victory.
It's okay, dude. Just don't be toxic next time.
Don't be mad.
Oh, 5 stack. That Centaur is really good, actually. Making all the right plays. Archon 4? Wow, so good.
Archon 4. His previous rank was Divine, so maybe Divine 3, so maybe it's just
Oh,
party.
okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah. So just his party.
That
anyway.
explains it, yeah.
Our Invoker, though. Oh, man. Hey, I'm 30 years old.
Yeah, and the rest are like Legend and Ancient.
Job, today's red day. I lost like, I think 12 MMR. No, Ivan. No, this is his party MMR. His solo MMR is divine, but he didn't calibrate his solo yet. Am I allowed to play normal match? Is that okay with you? There are respectful ways to show your idea, and then there are asshole ways to show your idea. You would agree with that, right? I mean, let's look at your fucking comment, man. Look at you, man. Look at you! This is what you say, man! You see this shit? That is toxic as fuck. Do not act like that if you want to make friends. Okay? We see your toxicity. This is your chance to change. Johnny and Lulu are gonna get an echo. 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 Echo.
Told me I would have the hits. She wasn't allowed to see me have a hit. Had to make decisions go.
You know, in all my stream viewers, I feel like I think I probably don't get trash talked by 4K, 5K players. Maybe I get trash talked by 3Ks, but I'm sure there's a lot of 1Ks and 2Ks who trash talk me, and it's just amazing how you can be 1K and 2K and then trash talk someone who's immortal. It just blows my mind.
I mean, you're nothing special. You're just an average player. Sing Sing went to TI and he still gets trash talked by 1K players.
Jesus Christ.
There are a lot of people that just think that they know it all, even though they don't.
Your turn to ban. 5 seconds remaining. Your turn to pick.
Yeah, man, if you donate, you can make demands. Holy fuck, I was gonna play Nature's Prophet. Oh man, he picked my hero.
Your turn to pick.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, man.
Why do I always randomly carry? Into Sven of all things.
Yeah, right?
Oh, wow.
Ten seconds remaining.
English only, please. English.
Wait, does BL even have his egg still? Oh, he does.
Yes. When we said if you want to make demands, you have to donate. Do you understand what this means?
5 seconds remaining.
Earthshaker, Pit Lord, Jesus Christ.
Your turn to pick.
It's as if they're trying to counter me or something.
Oh, you think so?
Earthshaker, Pit Lord.
And by the way, guys,
Sven. Oh, okay, Sven doesn't count.
my top 3 heroes are Carry, Carry, Carry. And on my main account, my top heroes are Carry, Carry, and Carry. Hi, Raphael.
Do so.
Thanks, Raphael. Thanks, Izat. Hello, Echo.
Storm spirit. The spirit moves me.
This one is my friend.
Prepare for battle.
My prediction streak is gone.
Oh, are you serious?
Yeah, because she predicted last game.
Oh.
At 16.
My friends, I'm calling it. It's in the bag.
I didn't predict today when I played ranked. And I didn't lose it.
Do we even still get Soul Ring from PL? It's been a while.
Without a doubt.
I think it's good since you have Warlock.
Mm. 30 seconds to battle.
Blow them away! I'll spirit you away!
The battle begins.
Draw back the curtains! I'm here! Like the wind! Ha-ha!
Nothing for you.
Forward! What a generous soul! Yes! Here I come! Well said! We are agreed.
Oh.
Ha-ha! First blood.
First blood is a nice
Let us take the wind from their sails. Well said. I love this part. Feel the power. Storms are coming. Looking good.
Oh my god.
We are agreed. I've been wanting this. Without a doubt. The spirit moves me. Keeping my end up. Attack! Lightning strike.
Your top tower is under attack.
All of us.
Storm Force 5. Denied like the wind.
God for fairy fires.
Forward. I'll save this till it's 5 o'clock. Somewhere. Storm warning! Left you a little something. Yes!
Oh, what the?
Forward! Yes! Regeneration! Ooh, who's that one? Stormy weather time! That's the spirit! Get set for heavy weather! Looking good! Handsome devil. Without a doubt. We are agreed. Zip. Well said.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Here I come. Storm warning.
Dire structures are fortified.
Oh. Zap. Now over here. I'll save this till it's 5 o'clock somewhere. Haste! Oh. I love this part. Like the wind.
Bounty Hunter, can we kill NP or Sven? Kill Sven?
The spirit moves me.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Where's the party?
Nice.
Well said.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Forward.
Do not advertise on my channel. He's begging.
Without a doubt. For me? I'll decant this a bit later. The spirit moves me. I can hardly contain myself. Mine.
I don't have mana. Fucking hell.
Storms are coming. Ha-ha! Like the wind. Here I come! We are agreed!
Your middle tower is under attack.
I don't want this. Oh, can I miss? Oh! That's the spirit! Ah! Looking good! Get set for heavy weather! This has a spotlight. No whining now!
Wait, I want that room bottom lich.
Oh.
Oh, never mind, you can have it. Take it. Kill bottom. I'm coming bottom right now.
At least Pit's feeding me.
Pudding pop! Touche! Zap! Here I am! I'll snap! Looking for me? Let the fun begin! There's no mountain. Attack!
Nice job.
Oh.
Thanks, Marco. Glad you like the kill.
Yes! Cha-ching! Storm Force 5. The spirit moves me.
I'm coming.
You blew it.
I got it back. My HP's too low.
Tower is under attack.
I'll just clock illusion.
Your middle tower is under attack.
What the?
Like the wind.
Oh god. Thanks. My courier got killed?
My courier.
We are agreed. It's not
Immediate.
left you a little something. Here I come. Forward.
My farm.
Your middle
Your
tower
farm.
is under attack. Dire structures are fortified.
You want clarity? Sure, man.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I'm almost there, BH.
Well said.
Bottom is missing.
Okay, go, go, go.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Nice.
Blow the man down. I am under attack. Yes, I grew.
Oh my god.
I'm really sorry, man.
It's okay, man. It's okay.
Let it go. Left you a storm was coming.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Hulu, don't pick up the rune. Don't pick up the rune.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Thanks.
This will get stupendous.
I lagged for a second there and I thought that I'll pick it.
I'll
My
save
God.
this till it's 5 o'clock somewhere. Like the wind.
Okay. I think you put the shield on BH, go.
Without a doubt. You shouldn't have. Come over here. Monster kill.
Nice.
Yes. Forward. Let me. We are agreed.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Just get it back.
Well said.
The already
Where's the body?
That's pretty good.
Thank you.
You had your warning. Zap.
Your middle tower has fallen.
Looking good. Here I come. This will get better with age. Well said. Ah! Like the wind. Ooh, who's that handsome devil? Without a doubt. Yes. Forward.
Where's the courier? Never giving me an item.
The spirit moves me.
God, are you the carry? Do you expect to use the courier?
Okay.
Your middle tower is under attack.
It's not that. It literally comes and touches me and then runs away.
He hates you.
I grow stronger. We are agreed.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Left you ever something?
I'm gonna buy Bloodstone first.
Bloodstone.
Your top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Ha-ha!
Your top tower is under attack.
Forward.
Radiant structures are fortified. Your top tower has fallen.
I'll spirit you away. Without a doubt. Oh. Zip-zap. Over here now. Blown away.
Invisibility.
Let the fun begin.
Sven is coming with the haste. Oh, no? Sven is going bottom with haste.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. Storm Force 5
For the dead.
Do you answer room?
No, thanks for asking.
I am under attack.
Finally feel like I made it, but I'm not even close to where I wanna be. Selling out shows and front.
Get set for heavy weather.
Europe to Chicago, but I gotta take a step back.
Zip.
attack.
We are agreed.
Oh no! Oh, they ate us, dude. Oh man. That Fisher was really good too. I was just trying to disjoint the Stormhammer, but he hit me with Fisher. That's instant.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Hey Blan, how you doing?
Your bottom tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified. Your bottom tower
You have a lot of roots, huh?
Jesus Christ, all those roots.
Yeah. Coming top.
Now, walking top, or just a shaker, I think.
MP's not even paying attention. Or caring.
Looking good. Blow the man down. Here I come. I've been out here spending money on the vision. 22 years and I never seen the competition. Pudding pop. The time is up. Storm warning. Looking for me. I'm away. The spirit of the storm increases.
Here, I don't have much mana. Oh, Lulu.
Holy shit, I am so dead.
I am under attack. Who's that? Pudding pop.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Who's that handsome devil? I love this part.
So a little bit of talk on go round, but that's okay. I'm on my way.
Yes.
Never slow down. Now I'm in the city, went overseas and they riding with me. Met up with fans out in Norway, 5,000 miles from my old ways. That's a lot of distance from the old days. A lot of difference, couple years make. Not a minute that I would trade, not a second that I could change.
Like the wind.
That I went through made me everything that I am. They say life is what happens when you've been busy making other plans. I was doing all that I've done, living off what I live for.
I'll just stupendous.
Oh my god, why didn't they follow me?
Without a doubt.
Let me use crew.
This ought to come in handy. We are agreed. Illusion. Over here now. That's the spirit. Ooh, who's that handsome devil? Here I come. Orchid malevolence.
Did he ult for you?
Yep.
Oh my fucking god, dude.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Where's the party?
Don't look at Medusa, guys.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
I'll spirit you up over here now.
is under attack.
Take top. Probably.
Earthshaker pickers think they're good.
PL randomers think they're good.
I don't think I'm good. I just think I'm better than these guys. Picking.
We are agreed.
Let me grab this.
Storms are coming.
Roshan has fallen to the dark.
Immortality is mine.
Ooh, creating space.
I'll decant this a bit. Here I am.
Oh yeah. They did have
When
to
you strip
run
away his
for a long
leaves, nature's prophet is just plain gnarly. Forward!
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Ha-ha! Like the wind! Ha! The spirit moved me! Whoa, what'd I miss?
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Invisibility! Here I come!
Ooh, that dodge.
Oh, got the BKB.
Attack!
Wait, I'm buying Bloodthorn from base.
Well said!
Here we go, Ark. Damn, we're that deep.
Good deep.
Your middle tower is under attack. The enemy's top tower has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack.
At bottom.
I'll see.
Hey, Tarzan? Lich is a Crusader player. She's Lulu Chan.
This ought to come in handy.
If only anyone was better, right?
Now he goes in bit.
Let the fun begin. Now over here.
Yeah, I understand your point, but it's just not nice to say, dude.
Contain myself.
You might as well say, if only my mom wasn't so ugly, or only my mom was a supermodel. I don't know, some shit like that. It's just not nice to say. Like.
The spirit moves me. I'll save this to
Oh no, you need it for yourself.
Over here now. Monster kill.
You seriously don't know what I mean by that? Jesus. Like, okay, you're pointing out Lich's low skill, right? Like, It's just not nice to point out. Like, why is that so hard to understand? Like, are you a tall guy? You're not that tall, right? If only you were 190 centimeters, right? If only you were richer. If only you weren't fat.
I've been wanting this. Where's the body? Without a doubt.
Your top tower is under attack.
For real, right there?
Radiant structures are fortified. The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Fires, bro. Get back. Your Aegis expired.
Yeah.
I'm on my way there, guys.
I didn't even hear Medusa ult go off.
Oh. Yeah, you guys are good getting caught with that.
Well said. I'm over here. Oh, what I meant. Ha ha! Like the wind.
The enemy's bottom barracks is fallen.
Yes.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Forward.
The enemy's bottom barracks is fallen. Dire's courier has been killed.
Wow.
Over here now. Let's the spirit. Storm warning.
The enemy's bottom shrine has fallen.
Come over here. Over here now.
Should I take it? Or...
Nah, give it to me.
I'll just torque this for later. Storm force, double damage. Stormy weather time. We are agreed.
The enemy's top shrine has fallen. The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Over here now. Come over here. I hear it.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
Tarzan, oh my god, man, your comments are just. God damn, dude, you're one of the you're like the difficult child in your family, huh?
What are you doing, bro? Haha.
You're like the same kind of kid who's like, when your mom tells you to go wash the dishes, you're like, you never told me when to wash the dishes. I am. I'll wash it next year. Jesus Christ, man.
Good game, Rich. I love you.
GG this.
I got my quest. That's all I need.
Damn, 27-1. Oh, BH made more money than me? Damn. What a rich fucker.
He stole almost 4K gold.
GG goes.
Aquid's online.
Oh, is he? Get him in this party.
Yeah, I invited him.
2 wins, 4 matches. Seems legit. Report Lich. Done. A reporter every single time.
Who said report Lynch?
You know, Haku, I believe he doesn't even have to use Google because it's I mean it's in the rules, right? The chat rules, which is like no backseat gaming and hold on a sec. No backseat gaming.
Bounty were neck and neck
and
in
then
net worth for first 20 minutes, and then he just started skyrocketing.
And then immediately after, it defines exactly what it means. He doesn't even have to Google it.
What's going on?
Hey, friends.
Hey, Blue.
Yeah, long time no see.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. US East. I don't know if that's right for Haku.
Right.
110 MS. It's not too bad.
150, I guess. Never mind.
You know what? We're going to do US East. You're going to have to lag a bit.
Yeah, 200 ping. I'll do support. No worries, no worries. I'll do support.
Hey Krishna, there's too much competition on Twitch.
Maybe one. Mm. 200 MS. Tarzan V.
Yeah, that guy's quite the problematic kid.
Oh my god.
Did you hear my example earlier?
Yeah.
He's totally that guy, I guarantee it.
Oh no.
See you later, Jason. Good night, Blend. No, I probably got Bounty Hunter most of that money. Yeah, no, him and I started ganking together and they all just died and probably got so rich off of that.
Jesus Christ, you're sad. Sorry for my
Your
voice.
turn
It's,
to bat.
I'm actually a little bit drunk right now.
Did you?
Oh, yeah?
Did you yell a lot?
5
Yeah.
seconds remaining.
Good
My voice right
job.
now. Yeah. No, don't lion, Lulu. Let me have the lion.
You want lion? Okay, you have the lion.
Yeah.
You want lion? Everyone wants lion?
Oh yeah, let's go. Let's go. Let's do this.
Alright, I'm gonna spam the click button so hard.
Me too.
Good luck, guys. Good luck. Have fun, friends. Oh, wait for it.
Your turn.
What the?
I'd have won. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Fucking hell. Oh like. Oh.
Y'all be slow.
Did everyone place their bets?
Here I can play with 200 ms.
Treant.
It's already taken.
You mean the one that it's taken?
You play Crystal Maiden in AFK jungle.
Yeah, play Maiden.
I was thinking about Maiden.
Too much. 2+5.
Or you can go Tide Hunter, go in the middle and just hit R and then die. That's fun too.
Your turn to pick.
I'm gonna go with the offlane. I don't know.
Your turn to pick.
You're just slow.
What? Shit! Well, I don't know. You guys died.
You can still play Crystal Maiden. I can be core.
Are you sure? Yeah.
Yeah, because I don't have 200 ping. DP's great.
Maybe Ogre. How about
Ooh,
Ogre?
or Coddle. Coddle's good too.
Mars can't cancel my SSM? What?
Yeah. You give me mana and I just nuke them to death. But don't take my ways.
Your turn to pick.
And play whoever you want, I don't care. Or play Ogre, you can go club them.
Yeah, I'll go with this guy. Fuck. Not even responding. My ping.
Oh, BLT.
BLT? Oh my god, I'm so hungry.
Me too.
I'm getting there.
I don't know why I didn't order food today.
Order now, Lulu. Come on, I'll pause for you, okay?
It's too late.
Order now, Lulu. Don't worry, I'll unpause.
Yeah, he's gonna need that farm mid.
Yes.
Prepare.
I also need farm. Mid.
I also need farm. I want to go carry Witch Doctor.
That's funny.
I mean, we did kind of get raped by a carry Witch Doctor once.
I am. I do remember that game.
Holy crap, they're all so tanky. And then we got PA, who's the only dumb one on our team. Everyone else is intelligent.
Oh, someone tell him.
Actually, PA and Ogre have the same intelligence, so Ogre's dumb too.
Oh.
Oh my god, Johnny.
Apu. Are you going to let him say that? Let's go, let's go.
Fight me!
Not. Oh, what?
Oh, God. Baddest story ever. Go, 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 fight.
Kill him too.
What happened to my block? Job bad.
Wow. Easy.
Oh, 2 kills already.
Okay, I take it back. You're not that stupid.
Good job. I'll put some wards here.
At least we made Ember use his heat.
Forward. Oh, hell yes.
Wow, he got that deny. That is some fucking dedication. He deserves that.
Prowling.
I just bought him.
Why not?
Then it's a courier.
Yeah, go ahead.
And here. We have the treant here.
I go like the devil.
I don't have mana for shit, Johnny.
It's okay.
I'm under attack. Spike. Verily. Oh yes. Touch your to hell and back. Yes. I'm not. Onward.
Do you want me to pull this, Johnny? Or...
If you want, sure. Doesn't matter actually, I don't care. Maybe next one. I'll push this one.
Prowling.
Let's go. I'll block.
Verily.
I'll block. I'll block this bitch.
And I'll suck him dry.
Yes.
Nice.
Bye.
Yes. Where's the fight?
Jesus Christ. Namdo, it is a little late, huh?
Yes.
Aren't you a little bit early for doing the things that you should be doing?
Where's the fight?
What the fuck, man? Just...
Where's the fight?
This Invoker's actually good.
I go like the devil. Illusion.
Careful.
Forward. That devil.
I don't have mana. Go back.
Oh man. I thought I would survive that. I had fairy fire.
Oh yes.
Oh my god.
To hell and back.
Oh.
Oh hell yes.
This Invoker's actually really good.
It's all the same to me. To hell and back. I'm under attack. You will pay.
Ah, I got him!
Death to all betrayers.
Jesus Christ, man. He actually put up a really good fight. It was actually rather impressive.
Wow.
Just what the doctor orders.
Mine!
Selfish. I'll take that. Forward.
There's shrine bottom.
Your middle tower
Shrine by
is under
myself.
attack.
Hey, I'm not judging. I just thought your work schedule is, you know what I mean. Damn Dota.
Where's the fight? Why not?
Ember's missing.
Battle rages. Yes.
Got him done.
Prowling. Dominating. Double kill.
To hell and back.
Ogre doesn't actually do that much damage to me, it's just the tree that's clubbing me to death.
Verily.
Is there any update with Ogre?
What the fuck? What kind of fucking stun is that?
They changed his ignite,
Bottom is missing.
but I mean it's better at low levels.
Oh yes.
You warded.
Forward.
Not very good at this. Actually, his lane mechanics are good, but his decision making not so good.
Changes hands. Yes. I'll let you go now.
Nah!
Where's the fight?
Platinum sponsor list?
I'm shining, you want to shine?
Okay.
No. No one responded.
Give me a second to kill shit and then respond.
Forward. Onward. Yes. Why not?
If you get a stun, we can actually kill him.
That's a real punch? I don't think it's a real. It's a real one right here.
Oh hell yes.
Oh man, so good.
Battle. Okay.
Good rotation, Lulu.
Thank you.
Like the devil.
Yeah, I don't do anything at Flame Shield anymore. So I can't really help you when they go.
Unstoppable.
I saw that! I saw that!
Prowling.
Fucking console with TV.
Yes. Coward. Where's the fight?
You should back up.
Wicked six.
To hell and
You need to respond in advance.
Runes?
Oh, hell yes.
Sure.
I'll take that. Double damage. I go like the devil.
I'll go once.
Look for you.
This should make my life easier.
Not enough. Here you die. Lionize me. Yes. I'm under attack.
Hey Pamela, it's going well. How are you?
Die at my hand.
English only, please. Just trying to say stupid shit, man. Thanks.
Dire structures are fortified.
Oh,
man.
Die.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Double kill.
Trance level 8? Jesus.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, just here somewhere.
This mob. Where's the fight?
Oh, he's tankier than I thought.
Oh god. Alright.
What the? He eat the mangoes.
Your middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Your middle tower is under attack.
Mars, stop.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yes. Yes.
Be careful of tree. If he roots you, you're pretty much dead.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if there's an ember somewhere by.
Why not? Verily.
Should have just altered that.
Oh,
Probably could have.
yes. To hell and back.
There you go.
Oh.
Nice.
Oh, good.
Well, you got him. Whatever.
Yeah.
You got more gold.
Fight. Attack! Verily. Why not? I'll put the squeeze on you. Forward. I go like the devil. Prowling.
There's ember. The tree's also missing. Oh, I see ember.
Yes. selfish. Onward.
Thank you, my beauties.
Oh, yes. Giving yourself. Power pours into me. Yes.
Oh.
Crush me. To hell and back.
What are you doing there?
Oh, you know, just
getting a kill.
Killing bitches.
Yeah.
Making money.
Yes.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Yes.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Why not?
Your bottom tower has fallen.
Oh, yes.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Onward. Barely.
Oh shit!
Mars is coming bottom, I think.
Prowling.
What'd you say? DP talks too loud.
Dire structures are fortified. Radiant structures are fortified.
Oh,
Jesus. Trying to kill me. Mana boots, mana boots, mana boots.
Prowling.
Wait for me. Okay, don't wait for me.
Good job, Lulu. Don't let that dirty Namor have. Oh shit.
Lulu.
Ask not for whom the spell
Oh no, I died.
Got him. Madman, I can't help you, Lulu. Because for some reason, mana boots didn't hit me.
That's funny.
I don't think it's my fault, honestly. You should have
I don't think so
been
either.
closer.
I'm blaming you anyway.
Hi, small set. Yeah, I'm on that.
This time, I've brought hell back with me. Where's the fight? To hell and back.
The enemy's bottom tower has been denied.
Oh, hell yes.
Oh, Robez.
Verily. Yes.
I should have fingered. Oh well.
There's a tree in here. I think he warded. I'm pretty sure he warded.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Why not?
Your middle tower has fallen.
Why not? Forward. What do you buy? Money
Your middle tower is under attack.
Haku, let's kill this guy.
Oh, yes.
Good job, Haku.
What in the sun? I've got the magic touch. Attack! After them! Die at my hand.
My veiled sisters. Dire structures are fortified.
Oh, hell yes.
Your top tower is under attack.
Feel my claw.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Yes.
Fuck, too late.
There's a Mars somewhere up here.
Yes. Punch your ticket. Onward.
I think he's there. Someone's there.
I go like the devil.
Oh.
Ah, fresh meat
Oh,
to
no.
hell and back.
Oh, they got wards there.
We can kill Pudge. Or Mars.
Yes.
Invisibility.
By my horns, you'll not live to see the dawn.
Did he try to hook tree into you?
Radiant
Or into
structures are
PA?
fortified.
Growling.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I go like the devil. Yes.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, what did I do?
We're right next to the tower. You
Dire
smoked.
structures are fortified.
I clicked the... Yeah, I clicked the smoke. Fucking hell.
You're drunk, Haku.
I think so.
Verily. Forward.
Oh, Metros.
Onward. Oh, hell yes.
The Walker might still be there.
No Sunstreak. Don't let him blink, don't let him blink.
Nice.
PA versus Mars, Jesus. Oh man, they keep just dragging this game out.
To hell and back.
I'll take that.
I'm coming here right now.
Forward. Searing heat.
Oh, Sunstrike.
Verily.
Well, the Sunstrike's down.
Yes. Boy, flashlight.
Oh shit.
Damn, they actually won that, huh?
Yes. Oh yes.
Your top tower is under attack.
Why not?
Your top tower is under attack.
I'm under attack.
Your middle tower is under attack.
My pride.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen.
Onward. Lionize me. Oh, hell yes. Growling.
Oh, they have water around here.
Yes. Why not? Illusion. Yes.
Fuck, they see me. Oh no, I was just about to blink, dude. Fuck! Oh man. Oh well.
Invoker's going bottom.
They're all over here.
Ooh, what a great coconut dude.
Oh, thank you. But yeah, you still...
Oh, shit.
Oh. Wow, Invoker, really.
Doing Yules, don't forget to use your Yules. I'm gonna TP over in just a sec. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Don't stop, don't stop.
I'm not stopping on purpose. I'm stopping because I'm snapped.
Oh man, that Volker, dude. I guess I should have hexed him.
Tell them I sent you.
Blue light glasses?
Prowling.
I have that function on my monitor, small set, and you can use programs to just get rid of all of the bluish light. Not a big deal to me.
This
should make my life easier.
Oh my god, dude.
Second door.
Yeah, he has 2 doors.
Yeah, now they learn. Oh, they want pause now? These guys want pause? They want pause?
Oh, I missed the sound.
Get him. Fuck.
Pizza here.
Well, they lost all their pauses. Doesn't work that way, buddy.
Oh shit.
It's Volker, not Mars.
Well, maybe he should have. We mean Pizza. He's still here. Look at that.
I don't know if he should still be here, Johnny.
Yeah, anyway, small sad guy. There's a program. It's called Flux.
3-second Crypt Swarm cooldown actually sounds very
basically
tempting.
the same thing.
I don't think if the mana
and every
up,
time the sun starts to set, it'll just make all your monitors blue light.
Oh man.
Like very warmish.
You know, if I get the 3-second Crypt Swarm cooldown, I can use my Q every second.
Your middle tower has fallen.
Fucking mouse.
Fucker, go.
Onward. Oh yes.
By the way, your multicast works on items too.
Oh really?
Yeah, a lot of people go Midas Ogre because of it. Or Dagon. Dagon's fun.
I'm gonna try Dagon. So I can do shit.
Why not?
Oh shit.
What?
Welcome to the city. Where's the fight?
Illusion.
Fuck! I can't believe he got his BKB off. It's a software, small set. Anyone can download it. Mac, iOS, PC.
Your top tower is under attack.
Become peace.
There's a tree over here.
Man, I should just start killing Volker again, man. Keep killing the wrong guys.
If he's Steven's still here. I doubt it.
Fucking.
Your bottom tower is under your bottom tower has fallen.
Oh, come on.
Any plans this weekend,
Did you just auto-attack
Namdoda? Namdoda?
Oh my god, watch is fucking here.
Fresh meat.
Oh man. Why did you use yourself?
Because I was rooted and snapped.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
Jesus, he's tiny. Give him the coconut. No.
Oh my god.
You're by yourself, dude.
He has Aegis.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
English only.
That's unfortunate.
Oh yeah.
You must train harder.
Your
It's okay, Small Side, I don't mind.
is under attack.
Bet you're glad to see me again.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
That Ali Joffs guy, he's really toxic. Like every single comment I've ever read from him is just him saying something really condescending and toxic. We're just gonna ban him now.
Your top
I don't even know what he just said, but
BKB after this.
I'm sure that he said something really dumb. Job, man.
What's this guy doing?
You got banned.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
I'll not be tricked.
Coming top, coming top.
Holy shit.
Oh, hell yes.
Don't have HP.
Joker doesn't have meteor.
Alright.
Your top tower has fallen.
Yes.
Your top barracks are under attack.
Yeah, let's do something.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I am rooted and stuck in the corner.
Oh man. I don't have buyback. Oh well, we lost again. Hey DJ, you can't say the word noob.
Aww.
Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle barracks are under attack.
Yep. Nice try, guys.
Your middle barracks are under attack. Your middle barracks has fallen. Your middle barracks has fallen.
You are Indonesia, the country?
Your bottom tower has fallen.
Oh, Magnus is here.
Yep.
What's this PA even trying to do? Jesus.
Take them all on.
Oh wow.
Get the rampage.
Your bottom barracks has
Give
fallen.
him more
Now
though.
has mega creeps.
Yeah, 20 gold from buyback.
Your middle tower is under attack.
English only? English?
Has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Your ancient is under attack.
No, that's the weird doctor. You piece of shit.
Nice try, guys.
Nice try.
GG. Okay, I'm gonna go out and I'm gonna take my bed. Get some
Okay, buddy.
Yeah.
Bye bye.
That's it?
Have a good morning.
night.
Okay. See you, buddy.
Bye. Bye bye.
Okay, I'm done for today too, guys. I've been streaming for 9.5 hours now.
Alright,
so,
buddy.
I'm gonna go eat my breakfast at 5 p.m. So I'll talk to you guys later. GG's, guys. Thanks a lot for today, John.
See ya.
Does anybody have any questions or comments before I go? Ma'am Dota, would you like to play some Dota 2 tomorrow with me? Yeah, those guys are pretty good. I actually got really overconfident in that game. I kept trying to kill people by myself. And then they would just survive a tiny bit every single time. Unfortunately. Yeah, 9.5 hours and really tired and hungry. Okay, small set. You're here tomorrow. Sounds good. Yeah, you're welcome. I believe it's like $10 a month or something like that. Small set. See you tomorrow, Mohammed. James, glad you like the game. 4 hours. Yeah, actually, we won 3 games and we lost 3 games in ranked, but I still lost like 12 MMR, sadly. Hey, Bagus, who are you talking about? You be careful who you talk about, okay? But let me know. Who are you talking about, man? Who's the Indog here? You're being racist, first of all, so you're this close to being banned. But let me know. See ya, DJ. Wait for the ban, guys. Don't act like you have any power in the stream, okay? Any last minute questions or comments before I go? Hey, Amira, my name is Bluespan. That's right, small set. No, most of these people, like, they're here to... They're fucking kids trying to be rich and famous on YouTube. I can guarantee you, like, at least 99% of them fail. Have a good day, Tantra. Hey man, you're all quiet. I asked you a question. Can't answer it, huh? Anyways, it doesn't matter. I fucking banned this kid. I was waiting for the stupidity to come out. Anyways, I'll be back tomorrow around the same time, so around 7 a.m. Pacific time. Thank you everyone for watching. Hope you guys had fun today. Back tomorrow. Bye, guys.